Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the gym. Thank you so much for being here. Happy Tuesday. Hopefully, you're having a great start to your Tuesday and are ready for some Pokémon TCG themed content. Give me 1 second. As is part of the Tricky Gym morning routine, I've got to wipe off my glasses. Can't see anything without my glasses. Yo, thank you for the subs to get the stream kicked off. We've got Twin VXS with that tier 2 sub and the 44 months. Thank you, Atomic Waffle, for that sub and the 15 months. Thank you, Concerned, for the sub and the year. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you guys all so much for being here. It looks as if there is going to be Pokemon TCG Live maintenance today. Hooray! So, I was planning on playing TCG Live today. Really, I was. I was planning on playing lots of it. I was probably going to play Raging Bolt all day. And just, just bolt it up. But I think there's maintenance today. So that's gonna get in the way of things. What's the new plan? I'm glad you asked. I'm so glad you asked. The new plan is that you guys are gonna sit here and watch me clean my glasses. Just kidding. All right, the new plan is that I brought the iPad and we could all be iPad babies today and play our iPad games. All right, that's the new plan. Content. I am working on editing up the stream VOD for the set review. That is probably going to be done today. I'm most of the way through it now. But that's like a monster video to have to edit. I mean, the set review took like 3.5 hours, so I'm like editing 3.5 hours worth of me, yapping. And I have to like listen to the entire yap sesh in order to get it edited up just right. So I am working my way through that. That should be posted probably either tonight or tomorrow morning, one of the two. Do I have any plans to rank decks in the current meta? That would be really cool. There's people who do that. I've never been like super into that because ranking decks is reactive to like how they're doing. Where like it's reactive, right? Like so you're basically reporting on like, oh, these are the decks that are doing the best. And that's fine. I mean, there's people who like doing that, but for me, it's just like, okay, if you want to see like the decks that are doing best as of this week, just go to Limitless, right? Like, I've never really felt the need to do that. You could basically just hop on Limitless and be like, all right, these are the top decks. like right now, I've never really felt the need to do that myself. These are like the most popular decks in the format right now. You can literally hop on Limitless and see. And then if you want to hop on Limitless and see, like, as of October 12th, a 2,000 player event, what were the best performing events? You've got multiple Palkia Dusknoir. I maintain the Palkia Dusknoir is like one of the top decks in the format. You've got a Lost Box deck, which kind of like snuck its way in here. Multiple Lugia decks in top. Raging Bolt winning it all, and Turtle Dusknoir continuing to see success. So I could do like a meta breakdown and be like, this deck moved up this spot this week. I mean, there's people who do that. I think like Justin Basil does that. there's just people who kind of like already do that. I had literally already pulled up it. There's people who already do that stuff. And so like as a content creator, I'm always kind of asking myself, like, what can I do? What can I do that is like different than other content creators? I don't want to just be constantly overlapping what other folks do. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, so like Justin Basil does like a weekly, like every single week. In this week's standard format update, Lugia once again takes the top spot with Raging Bolt, Tropicos, Dragapult, and Charizard all hot on his heels. Yep. So like, you just know there's a lack of this kind of content since 90% of content on YouTube is just deck showcase. Yeah, I mean, because that's what gets the views for the most part. Like, the thing about YouTube is that us as content creators, we have to create for an algorithm. So, like, we're creating for the algorithm, which sucks, but, like, basically we have to create the videos that are going to be worth creating, and a lot of times that's just, like, people on YouTube just want to kind of see the silly deck, or, you know, want to see set reviews. My set reviews have been popular, so, like, I'm working on my set reviews for sure. That's it. But like if you look at like the videos that do the best, it's mostly gonna be, you know, silly deck. My set reviews have done okay. In the past, let's see, where's last good set review? Yeah, 33K for a set review is pretty good. But that kind of stuff, like the analysis stuff, hasn't been big on my channel. It's just like never really popped off. So, like, kind of have to just make the stuff that... Got to make the stuff that sells. Every once in a while, I put my whole back into a video. Not every once in a while. I mean, all the time. I put my whole back into a video that is not going to pay off as much as it was the effort. Like, this video of, like, who is the greatest Pokemon player of all time. You know, 30K views. This video took me months to make and hundreds of dollars spent and, like, lots of... orchestrated interviews and stuff, and has 30,000 views, whereas like you know, the silly silly Dusknoir video, 41K, you know, Torterra video, 40K. Yeah, this is my favorite video that I've made lately for sure. Like, I love this video. I'm so proud of it. I'm working on more documentaries that are going to be nuts. Like my documentaries are going to be nuts. I just, you know, have a new baby in the picture. So like that's kind of, it's kind of taken up a lot of my effort. But I'm still working on those documentaries in the background. They're not going anywhere. The thing about the documentaries that I'm making though, is that they're timeless. So like there's not a, there's not an expiration date on them. So yeah. YouTube is a mess. I mean, it's a love-hate relationship with YouTube for sure. Shout out to everybody on the VOD channel. I love you guys. That's part of the love, okay? Notice how I said love-hate. Y'all are the love, okay? Actually, everybody who clicks on these videos, y'all are part of the love as well. But, like, the hate is definitely the fact that it's just, you basically are just creating for a soulless algorithm, and it just is, it's horrible, right? And the way the content is consumed is just like, it's just, yeah, it's just kind of nasty out there for YouTube content creators. Burnout is so easy, so easy on YouTube. That's why, I mean, Twitch I consider is like kind of my main home for content. And then I upload to YouTube because YouTube is the best platform for uploading your videos after the fact. So that's why I host all my videos. It's like the best hosting platform for videos that there is. But someone who does like let's see, like Celio, I feel like Celio's network has kind of like carved out the niche for himself, is like you got Celio's network, and you've got like Omnipoke. And I feel like Celio's network and Omnipoke kind of do this. Dude, not Alestrals, Omnipoke. Not Alestrals, bro. All right. They kind of do this more like analysis stuff. So like, yeah, Celio, you'll see here. Top 10 meta decks in Pokemon TCG, October 2024. And these are like his big videos. Yeah, thank you, Lunatonian, for that sub in the 12 months. Thank you, Wasteland Streams as well. Concerned, Atomic Waffle, Twin VXS. Thank you all so much. But yeah, like he has kind of carved out a niche for himself doing these meta breakdowns for sure on YouTube, where like people expect this video from him every month, right? So he does top 10 meta decks October 2024. These are the best decks on PTCG Live right now. Top 10 meta decks TCG September 2024. These are the best decks in Japan right now, right? Best decks. Like this is Celio's shtick. Yeah, best decks June, best decks July. Every single one of them is getting 40,000 views. So like that's cool. I'm not gonna make that video though. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm happy for him that he's kind of found that like that consistent video that's gonna like get a good amount of views for him. Yeah, of course. KDL, of course. Yeah. So as far as seeing like what the top decks in the metagame are at any given point in the game, I have 3 resources. Celio does like a monthly recap video. Justin Basil literally tweets it out week in, week out. Justin Basil tweets out like a top 10 power ranking. So like, you could just go there and look at Justin Basil's tweet. Every single week he updates it, and he keeps track of like, kind of like sports, he keeps track of like the positions that the deck moves and stuff like that. Like he puts a lot of work into that crap. Like I'm not going to do that because he's already doing it, So like there's people who are already doing it. I'm not going to, and that takes a lot of work. So like, I'm not going to do that because there's people that are already doing it. And then the biggest resource is definitely, if you want to see what the hottest decks are this week, just go to Limitless. Yeah, limitlesstcg.com. Give you the biggest tournament results, And then it always boils down to like, what is your local meta like? Like, what is your local metagame like? What decks are your local players showing up with? Are you trying to metagame for your locals? Are you trying to metagame for a regional championship? And what are you playing in response to what you expect to see? So, yeah, those are the resources that I use to kind of put a feeler out. Yeah, but people do ask like, why aren't there videos on YouTube about this? It's just because that information is readily available, like on Limitless. It's almost entirely that. There's a lot of times where you don't need to press the record button and record a video because like the information is all just right here. So, and then like if you want Pokemon news, like PokeBeach just has everything. So sometimes I do videos where I kind of give my own takes on news that's popping up, but like PokeBeach is just kind of like the goat of Pokemon news and has been for like the entire history of the game almost. So there's a lot of that stuff that's kind of already covered in easier spots. So like I said, as a content creator, the Pokemon TCG interest ocean is not really an ocean. It's more like a pond. Okay. Yeah. The worldwide interest in the Pokemon TCG is not a large body of water. It's more like a pond. Okay. And us as content creators, we like to try and carve out our own little corner of the pond where we can kind of exist and mind our own business and, not overlap with someone else's, spot of the pond. And that's kind of critical to our success because there's not infinite water in this pond. There's not infinite fish in the pond either. So with our efforts, we want to make sure that we're putting out stuff that's like unique that you can't necessarily get, from anyone else who's creating, or you want to make sure that the stuff that you are creating, if you are creating stuff that's like, stuff that other people are creating as well, you want to make sure that you're doing it in a way that you feel like is unique or the best that there is. So for me, as far as meta breakdowns go, like there are people who are on top of that, creating like the best possible meta breakdowns that you really can make. So for me, it's like, as a channel, I tend to look forward rather than respond to what has happened. And that's kind of the niche that I've carved out. I feel like there's a... that's it? Yeah, being able to like create, the Stellar Crown set review came out before Stellar Crown was legal. This Saraledge isn't out yet. It comes out soon, but like creating a video on Saraledge, I'm gonna have my set review on Surging Sparks is gonna drop like later today, so you're gonna be able to kind of like get my takes on all the Surging Sparks cards before they come out. Constantly looking forward, I feel like is kind of my shtick. But then sometimes you look backwards and you respond to things when they're really, really big, like, the top 8 debacle at the World Championships. And then sometimes you just got to make a video to make a video. So we do standard videos and stuff like that. Anyways, I found myself watching this dude's videos. Man, he just be out here. Men used to know how to live in the woods. Now we play Pokemon card. I found myself watching this video the other night. Shout out to Ramiz in the Wild. Yeah. If you want like 50 minutes of pure ASMR bliss with like some nice visual stimuli. Yeah, this guy is my freaking goat, dude. Like, what? Thank you, Dickerzanti, for that sub in the 10 months. Yeah, dude, this guy, you literally get to watch this dude build a little hut in the woods from nothing. Yeah. I don't know. Listen, you find all sorts of weird stuff when you just are feeding your baby all the time, okay? You're up at 3 a.m., the baby won't go to bed, and, he's taking an hour to take his bottle, all right? And you end up in some weird places on YouTube, but, like, I've definitely seen worse. That was really cool, actually. And I'm like... I was in awe watching that dude just create a shelter from nothing in the woods. It was kind of sick. Anyways, new Janine card, very cool. Set comes out this Friday. Comes out this Friday. Supercharged Breaker in Japan. I've got 7 booster boxes coming my way. I want to keep 1 sealed, so we're going to open 6. And then next week, did I say Janine? Sorry, fake Pokemon fan. Jasmine, sorry, the other, yeah. Janine is the poison trainer. That's right. Jasmine, fake Pokemon fan detected. Sorry, guys. Jasmine. Get him. Anyways, Surging Sparks this Friday. And Jasmine is eating a sandwich. Very nice. And I've got 7 booster boxes of Supercharged Breaker on the way. And I'm going to open 6 of them. Next Wednesday, I've got Jesse Parker showing up for some tabletop Supercharged Breaker Surging Sparks content. So Jesse's going to be helping me out with that next Wednesday after I open all of the new cards. So that should be hype. I've gone ahead and posted my schedule on the Discord, except I do have to edit this now because on Tuesday, TCG Live is under maintenance, so it is going to more likely be Yapping and Pokemon Pocket, because we've got maintenance happening on our beloved Pokemon TCG Live today. But tomorrow, I've got Ben Morse coming into the studio. You guys may know Ben Morse as a fellow content creator and Gym Leader Challenge enthusiast who creates some awesome videos on YouTube about Gym Leader Challenge. If you haven't already, definitely make sure to check out Morse Makes on YouTube here. He makes some awesome Gym Leader Challenge content. We are going to have Ben Morse by the studio tomorrow, and we're going to be playing a best of 7 Gym Leader Challenge conquest. I'm going to try and shake the sting of defeat that I suffered at the hands of Craig last week and come back with a vengeance to regain my GLC conquest glory against Ben Morse. Ben Morse was the finalist in last year's Gym Leader Challenge badge race. You can keep up with let's see, with the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge leaderboard at morsemakes.com, glc.morsemakes.com. Last year, Ben was our finalist and had to play off against Alex Carpenter. Alex Carpenter ended up defeating him in the final playoff. Ben Morse has yet to earn himself a badge this year. So that is interesting. Is Ben Morse washed? Is Ben Morse washed? Is the Ben Morse hype over? Stay tuned, and we will find out firsthand tomorrow, folks. Yes. Or is he just low rolling? Is he just bad variance? Am I still attending GLC Thursdays? No, I am not. I haven't been in months. So, yeah, no. I think I've been to like 2 this season. I've been to 2 league nights since July. I didn't win either of the 2 days that I showed up, unfortunately. But, yeah, no, I'm not playing. All those badges and no psychic, that's crazy. That's about to turn around for sure. You guys, once I start showing up to League again, it's over for all of you. I hope you know that. Yeah, called shot, okay? Called shot. I actually am kind of stoked that everybody's getting these badges out the way. I'm going to get to show up back half of the season and just, and I get to show up with whatever deck I want. Oh, yeah. It's going to be awesome. I think Iron Boulder is insane. Yeah, for sure. But yes, huge shout out to JD. JD is the badge leader currently with Craig and Ben hot on his heels. Very cool. Those are some fighting words. I know they are. I know they are. And I plan on backing them up. But yes, had some awesome matches so far. Some great wins, great decks. And I'm very excited about how the Gym Leader Challenge season is shaping up at Full Grip Games this year. I'm going to have Ben Morse on tomorrow. Thinking back on my conquest against Craig, I think if I just don't bring the unproven, untested Lightning deck, I'm just in a much better spot. Yeah, that was a misplay. So that was a misplay on my part, just bringing the untested, unproven Lightning deck. You know, I was up. All I had to do was get a win with the Lightning deck, but that was tough. But that's fine. I wanted to try the Lightning deck regardless. And you know what? Winning isn't everything, folks. It's not. Sometimes you got to try out your new deck. So I'm still working on that. I've got much to consider between now and tomorrow. Thank you, Marvelous D. Jaden, for that Prime sub in the 17 months. Much to consider between now and tomorrow. Ben Morse is going to be in the house, and I'm going to be trying to redeem myself with the new Best of 7 Conquest, so that'll be a lot of fun. I'm sure Ben Morse will also want to redeem himself, having not earned a badge yet, so a victory would also be great for him. Now, like I said, Supercharge Breaker coming out this Friday. We're going to be opening booster boxes of Supercharge Breaker on stream, either next Monday or Tuesday. Whenever I get the boxes in my hands, we will be opening them. So we'll get to show off the new cards as we crack the packs, and then we'll show off the new cards in action next Wednesday with me and Jesse Parker playing hours and hours of Standard for your enjoyment. And then next Thursday, I've got JD, who is the current badge leader at the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge League. Next Thursday, JD is going to be showing up for a Best of 7 Conquest. So we've got back-to-back GLC guests planned for these next 2 weeks. Ben Morse and then JD. And then I've got Jesse coming in next Wednesday. It should be just a ton of fun. Cool. Yeah, and next Thursday, we're going to get to play with the Supercharge Breaker cards in GLC as well, because we'll have them. So I know. I'd had people asking. There was those handful of weeks there right after the baby was born that I had not, had not had a GLC guest on in a couple of weeks. So I do apologize for that. Making up for lost time now, making sure that I'm getting that GLC content out there. And I'm really happy to do so because it is honestly my favorite way to play cards. And I haven't been able to go to Gym Leader Challenge League lately. So, like, honestly, bringing a Gym Leader Challenge guest on is, like, the coolest because it allows me to get some games in, man. All right, so TCG Live maintenance starts in 9 minutes, right? Is that correct, y'all? 9 minutes. Yeah, check these out, by the way. Shout out to my sponsor, Dragon Shield. We've got some new sleeves that are coming out. The dual red gold anniversary editions. These are pretty sick. They've got they're red on the back and gold. They've got gold inner and then red on the back. That's pretty sick. Haven't opened them yet. I want to find the perfect deck to put these on. And then the 25th anniversary collector's box. That's pretty hype too. And then also they've got a Gremlins collab. How fun is that? You guys know the movie Gremlins? There you go. Cool. Again, huge thanks to Dragon Shield for sponsoring the channel. Make sure to check out dragonshield.com for all the best sleeves and TCG accessories. All right. So, yeah, TCG Live maintenance happens in 9 minutes, right? Let's see. I'm pretty sure that's what it says. They always have like a time that I don't understand. All right, that's today at 15 UTC. UTC to EST conversion. It should be in 9 minutes, right? Is it in 9 minutes? No. Yes? Thank you, Jeffrey, for the Prime sub. All right, anyways, we could just play. Is it? Listen, I need someone who understands time more than me. Maintenance is in 4 minutes, right? Dang, look at all these rewards. I'm feeling rewarded. Oh, yeah. Aren't we doing fall back sometime soon? When are they going to cancel daylight savings time? Isn't that a thing? Dang, look at all the drip. Dripped out, dog. Some nice water slacks. Is this new deck 100? Oh, yeah, dude. Dang, new deck 100 is popping off. Is it? Who all does daylight savings time? Is it just the United States? Do they do daylight savings time in like Europe? Canada? Y'all do daylight savings time in Europe? Lots of countries do. They do this nonsense in Europe. Yeah. Can we all just please collectively decide to like stop it? All right, we're up against Cloth. Okay. Unaru is in Japan. We do not got that. Nice. See, now, here's the thing. Is that Cloth should win this matchup every single time. They should. They should win this matchup every single time. They're supposed to. However, Raging Volt's just a broken deck. So they already got rid of their vacuum. They lose this game for sure. Yeah. They already got rid of their vacuum, and they have two prizers in play. Like, they're bodied. Yeah, it's already over for you. Let's get into it. Radiant Greninja will conceal some cards. Got the Ultra Ball, fantastic. Teal Dance. There's Luminion, perfect. We can Ultra Ball. Discard these. Go get a Rager. Luminous Sign. Yeah. Get the Sada. Boom. Boom. Sada's Vitality. That's not what we wanted. Bro, cringe. We're supposed to, like, get the turn one knockout on Squawkabilly. What the heck happened here? Not cool, man. Okay. Pass. Broken deck, dude. Nasty deck. All that trash talking, and this is what you give me? You expect me to win a game like this? What in the world? I need some cards to shuffle. Is this Grant's build? I don't know. It's the regional winning build. It's Caleb. Let's see. Concealed cards. Beautiful. This deck do not work. This deck sucks. Oh, barefoot, no shoes. All right, that's funny. I get it. Funny joke. Ay, ay, ay. Man, this deck is the pits. Man. I know they've got Fez in their hand. I guess if I bring up my Raging Bolt and just knock out this Pecharunt, they're still taking like 2 KOs over the course of 2 turns because they're not going to knock out my... I still almost would rather them... It's whatever, dude. Sure. Just let it happen. Oh, yeah. Surging Sparks pre-releases. Pre-releases are hype. Yeah, I'm excited for pre-release, too. We'll have Heather on and do our Tricky Gym midnight pre-release stuff. How often do I plan to stream Pocket? However often makes sense. The set release is November 8th. So pre-releases will happen 2 weeks before that. So, like the last week of October, I think. I'll stream Pocket however much makes sense. I mean, TCG Live undergoes maintenance like every other Tuesday. So I'll probably stream Pocket at least every other Tuesday. And then, like, every time there's TCG Live maintenance, that's probably a Pocket day. I plan on streaming Pocket probably once a week. Until it gets, if it feels played out, then I won't do it. If people prefer TCG Live to Pocket, like, 1,000,000 times to 1, then I won't play. I'll play it however much makes sense, Sick. Raging Bolt plays like a mono red deck in Magic. Yup. Yeah, just do your thing and win. Or don't, whatever. Yup. There's a reason I don't show off the deck too much. I consider it to be extraordinarily boring. But that's okay. But yeah, I'm definitely around set release on TCG Pocket. We'll definitely do more stuff right around set release. When there's new cards out, we'll be streaming more Pocket. When Pocket feels boring, we'll do less Pocket. I mean, so yeah, we'll play as much Pocket makes sense. If I'm streaming on Twitch and there's 1,000 people who want to watch me play Pocket, but then there's only 300 people who want to watch me play Standard, then whatever, dude. Guess I'm playing Pocket, right? I mean, it just depends. It depends what the people want. Will I get my hands on the next Neopet set? Yes. The next Neopet set comes out in November. Yo, let's go, Trey. Next Neopet set comes out in November, and I will be showing that off when it comes out. For sure. But, you know, the channel's identity is definitely... the channel's identity is definitely Pokemon TCG related, so... you know, I don't plan on becoming a pocket streamer, but, you know, we do all things Pokemon TCG here, so... I'll do whatever makes sense. Okay. Man, I really wish that 90 damage to myself. What the heck, man? 90 damage. Well, looks like I gotta put this Bravery Charm on there. Wee, look at me. When did lore become 100 mil? It became 100 mil the other day when I was doing tabletop, and I didn't want to get interrupted by Dragon Shield lore. But then I haven't switched it back yet. Yo, thank you, Hockey Dude, for that sub in the 8 months. Thank you, Cargomatic, for the sub in the 15 months. I appreciate it. Trey, I'll have the Dragon Shield lore back down soon. Trust. Well, it's Burning Turbulence. There we go. There's no way my opponent will be able to find a game-winning boss's orders. The fact that the winning bolt list has no Iono is crazy. Is it crazy? No. It's actually just indicative of the way that the format is right now. The format is just turbo, turbo, turbo. All gas, no brakes. I respect that, Trey. Hand disruption is dead. Like, if they didn't have the boss knockout here, they would have had it anyway. Even with an Iono. That's the one matchup Cloth is supposed to win. And honestly, if my deck just operated and I got the turn 1 knockout on the Squawk ability that was in the active there, I just win that game. But my deck did not operate. I did not get the turn 1 knockout. In fact, the deck looked like a total potato there. Yeah, that looked horrible. You're telling me this deck won a regional? What the heck? Can't even knock out a Squawkabilly turn 1. What's the point? Lost Box? I thought we were done with Lost Box. Man. I wish Lost Box was still dead. I'm going to put a Kyurem in this deck. Yeah. I thought we as a Pokemon TCG community had all collectively decided to just be done with Lost Box. I thought that that's what we had decided. But apparently not. Yeah, TCG Live is on maintenance. Can't log in. Yeah. We're going to switch over to Pocket when we get booted out. Okay. Three Sada. Let's conceal. Or the vessel. Well, now the deck is looking good. Teal Dance. Why couldn't you have simply done this? When I needed you to work against my last opponent, huh? I could still miss the attack, dude. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy, this deck stinks. Guess we're squawking, dude. Really? That's so cringe, though. Guess so. All right. I don't want to put Squawkabilly down. I threw by accelerating the second. You're right that I threw by accelerating the second energy. Because you don't need that many energy versus Lost Box. You're correct. You're correct. I did throw by doing that. And now I'm throwing because I need to waste a switch cart, which is valuable in this matchup, but whatever. Got it. Yes. So what you should do is you should just keep the second energy in your hand. Right. I think what I needed to do was you don't actually go for the Teal Dance there. I got a grass energy and I went for the Teal Dance. Yeah. So what I needed to do was just get... Yeah. Where that doesn't guarantee it. Right. Okay. Sorry, I had Raging Bolt Brain. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm off that now. I got it. You got to actually play smart. You got to sequence your Sadas correctly. You're not just going to find Earthen Vessel, you know. Yeah, you do actually have to put in a little bit, like a modicum of thought when playing the Raging Bolt deck. A little bit, just the smallest amount, really. Just some. I think there's, what, 2 switch card in this list? I feel like Caleb should have lost this finals. This matchup doesn't seem great. I did not watch the finals, no. I've heard that the Lost Box player kind of drew poorly. He got lucky to win. How did the person... Give me the Cliff's Notes. How did the person mess up in Game 3 in Scoop? Oh, did they play Mirage Gate before they played Rod or something? Double retreated? Oh, man. To make it all the way to a regionals finals. Already retreated, gate to active, and tried to retreat. Oh! When did that happen? Did that happen in Game 2 or Game 3? That was Game 3. I respect a shame Scoop. Yeah, you shame Scoop. If you misplay like that, scoop up your cards, bro. I am 100% on that. Yes. Yeah, scoop up your cards. A DPL? Why did they get a DPL? They hadn't played a Colress in all of Game 3. Yeah, what did they get the DPL for? Double retreat? How do you get a DPL for double retreat? Don't they just say, like, hey, you can't do that? Yeah, why the heck would you get a DPL for a double retreat? Initiating attack after double... You're telling me that the table judge did not be like... You're telling me that nobody at the table was like, you can't do that as soon as they tried to do that? No DPL was given. All right, so you guys are... Yeah, all right. I was going to say, a double retreat is not a double prize loss. There would be no DPL for that. Yeah. Yeah, guys. Absolutely not. The commentator said there was a DPL. Well, they don't know what's going on. You wouldn't... You don't get a DPL for something that's so easily reversible. Unless, okay, if you double retreat into a, okay. So if you double retreat into a flower selecting, then you might get a DPL. But you're not getting a DPL because of the double retreat. You're getting a DPL because you flower selected when you were not able to. Yes. So you double retreat because you revealed a card, or you get the DPL because you revealed a card that you were not allowed to see. So there you go. Okay, all right. So there might have been a DPL. There probably would have been a DPL, right? All right, so that's probably what happened then. Why is there an Iron Hands? Are you going for 3 prizes on my squawk? I hate this deck, dude. Raging Bolt, Like, I can't do anything about what my opponent... that we play no Iono. We just have to watch our opponent combo off. I feel like I've been talking about... the double prize loss for like 5 minutes, and my opponent is still going. All right, go ahead. Do your prize, your prime catcher, whatever. You got 10 cards left in deck. There's no way I can stop you from doing what you want to do. Counter catcher. You can save prime catcher for game. Yeah. I misplayed, though. This Squawkabilly shouldn't be in play. This Squawkabilly should not be in play. But I misplayed my Earth Vessel in that opening turn. Gee whiz, I wish I had an Iono here. Honestly, I don't even want to watch them play this out. Is that so bad? And just switch cart into the Squawk and be done with it. There is no Iono in this deck. Iono to 3 wouldn't get it done anyway. Whatever, just do the prime catcher on my Squawkabilly thing, man. Just do it. They still probably win if I don't put the Squawkabilly down. Right? Probably. They just have to knock out the Radiant Greninja and then Raging Bolt. Or the Radiant Greninja and then an Ogerpon. All right, dude. Just finish me, all right? Just finish me off. I know you've got the combo. I know you got it all in hand right now. Just go double Mirage Gate, counter catcher. Or double Mirage Gate, prime catcher, Squawk. Just do it already. I don't want to wait, man. I don't like the Raging Bolt deck. I don't want to play it anymore. So sick. Oh, yeah, that's how we Raging Bolt players do it, baby. That's how we do it. They lost zone to Lightning. Yeah. Finals reenactment. Oh, that's how Raging Bolt won. Oh, okay. That's how Raging Bolt won the regionals. Oh, okay. Got it. That's hype, honestly. I gotta say, there's probably something nice about just like going ooga booga at the regional championships. Yeah, waiting for your opponent to overcook. Oh yeah, dude, we're playing against Lugia. You mean Poogia? I think we're bodied though. How did they open Klefki? How are we so bodied? They open Klefki though, guys. Like I'm ruined. Uh There's only one Sada left in my deck. I don't even think it's worth it to burst roar. Yeah. I really don't. So I'm going to attach here, and I'm going to pass a rune. No, we can't even conceal some cards. No, we cannot. Oh, this isn't toxic. Yeah. Fine, we'll solder the hard way. Raging Bulk won a regional. Caleb's really good though. So, and also it was a good call. You know, people were out here trying to play Poogia. Dude. And Lugia is like the worst deck in Standard. Absolutely miserable pile of cards. You guys see? Did you see that though? There's something on my Luminion down there. I can't tell what it is. Who is that? Who is that on my Luminion? There's somebody on my Luminion. Do you see it? But I'm trying to figure out what the silhouette is. It looks like a deerling. I think it's literally a deerling. We'll investigate that later. Good game. Anyways, pretty sure that's a deerling on my guy. Earthen Vessel. The screen's frozen? I got you. This happens once a stream. I don't know why. I'll figure it out one day. Till dance. Grab Fez. Yeah, I also want to grab Greninja, yeah. I'll grab both of them. Nice. We're popping off, dude. Broken deck alert, man. Crazy. Look at all the stuff that I'm doing. Wowee, wow. Whoa. Wow. Look at this. So many Pokemon cards. I do 1,000,000 billion damage. GG's. Yeah. OBS has been free. Once a stream, OBS will freeze for no reason. Lugia is bad if you play Klefki and bench Luminion. I would argue that Lugia is bad all the time. I think Raging Bulk is better than Lugia. At least Raging Bulk can attack on the first turn. Guys want to see me destroy another Lugia deck? This game will not be close, bro. The Klefki! No way the Klefki's coming back. Get this thing out of my face, dog. Yeah, that's right. All right, you're super dead. Okay, actually, I'm going to Pokestop first. Because I've got the Pal Pad, so I feel like if I hit a Sada, like, that's fine, and then I just Pal Pad it back in. Okay, the switch cart, double switch cart, that actually was pretty butts. Just go Squawk, probably. Nah, it's Luminion. All right. It's fine. We can do it, Luminion. Stay strong. Well. The bulk giveth and the bulk taketh. We find Vessel here every time. Nope. Catch her off the Klefki and then and they break. That's right. What are they gonna do to my bolt? Literally nothing. Thank you, Zapaza, for that sub in the 4 months. Appreciate it. All right, Raging Bolt only gets the turn 1 attack like 50% of the time. I knew I should have gusted that Klefki up. How often do y'all think Raging Bolt attacks turn 1? Against me? Every time. About 70%. Burst. All right. How often do they take? How often do they take a turn 1 knockout going second? That's the question I meant to ask. Okay. Gonna get the fighting. We gear after. Gear is the last thing in the sequence we do, guys. Because you draw first and then you gear. Yeah. Okay. And we'll hit it. Yeah. And then ideally, we're down both switch cart. This is Krungus. All right. Oh yeah, we're dead for sure. All they have to do is go Iron Hands Bolt, Iron Hands Luminion, GG's. See, I needed to take that turn 1 knockout. This stinks. Yeah. Oh, they can't Iron Hands twice. Yes, but they'll put the. But I'm only going to take a single prize on this Iron Hands. That's terrible. And I have no Iono in this deck. You know? Maybe they prized a piece, though. This deck plays Prime Catcher? I literally haven't seen that card yet. I think I just win. Okay, I guess it's more complicated than that. Because they're going to Aqua Return. Into Klefski. Okay. I mean, you catch the Lug, right? And then they could come up Radiant Zard. They could Rad Zard an Ogre Pawn, and then I'm like, okay. I could bring up Archeops. I could bring up the Rad Zard. And there's options. Oh, yeah. I do have Boss. The Zard's going to be 0 prizes. I know, right? So, like, do we want... We'll attach this here. I feel like the Zard is a good target. Kind of fine with that. If we bring up the Chops, though, then they bring up Zard. I think Zard's the bigger problem. Because the Zard is going to be like... I have no Briar. The Zard can go Pawn game. Because I don't want to knock out the Zard. Once the Zard gets a Luminous on it, I do not want to hit it, right? So, like, I'm going to do it now. Charm both pawns. Yeah. I was worried about the something hitting this, though, so we're not going to give them a stop. Retrieval. We'll do this. Now I can charm both pawns. But there's a Luminian here. So there's no point in that. I'm going to save the charms. Thornton? Nah, I ain't got Thornton, bro. Part of you just has to believe that they will not do that. Yeah, they may play it, but they've got 34 cards in deck, folks. You're saying they ain't gonna get it. And if they put down a second Luminian, like, okay. They can put down Luminian. I guess they Luminian and they Luminian for Thornton, and then all right, I guess that's what they do, right? All right, here's the bear. There's a whole shaman in here. Okay. I think I just win. All right, yeah, the legacy energy's on the bear. But then you hyperblower into my Radiant Greninja, and then your aroma is on the bear. So like you can't take 3 prizes on my Luminian. So you just lose. They prized their thorns. Okay, I think we just prime catcher the Lugia this turn, and then we say, no matter what, I'll take a prize my final turn. So that's fine. In before basic lightning. Oh, yeah. I mean, but what else can I do, right? Yeah. The charm doesn't get it out of range. If I kill the chops, I can't amp. Yeah, but I would have to hit a Pokemon catcher to be okay with that. I'm not going to waste my last prime catcher because that's my last gust card. My last like guaranteed gust, right? There is a catcher in there. But I cannot access it, so we will just prime catcher the Lugia and say you don't have it. Okay. All right, if my Luminian gets sauced, that stinks. Here it comes, Iron Hands. Basic lightning energy. Boss's orders. All right. See? The Iron Hands is prized, I'm telling you. I think I lose. They're not taking a knockout. Never mind. I could just burst roar. So long as they don't have... Oh! Oh, no! All right. Not the jamming. We lose! All right, we got smoked by the jamming tower, dude. Yeah, that stunk. That was sick. Dang, Lugia still stinks, though. It won't even be close. It's because we missed the turn 1 knockout, dude. We're supposed to get the turn 1 knockout. What the heck is the point of Raging Bolt if we don't get the turn 1 knockout? Perhaps that's on me for not just throwing those stops into play. Maybe I should have just put one of those down. I'm not sure. Could have found me a good card, I guess. Go first with Bolt. Good. I think we needed to knock out the bear. Right? Yeah. All right. So I needed to knock out the bear last game to prevent that from happening. So that's on me. I am also surprised I haven't been booted off for maintenance yet, considering apparently nobody can log in anymore. We'll get booted eventually, though. Klefki, I am sick. I'm so sick and tired of my opponents trying to go turn 1 Klefki against me. When will they grow up? All right, so you actually go gear first there to get the vitality out of the deck, and now I stop, and then we see if we can hit an energy. I'm goated. But I'm not discarding the correct energy. So I still can't get the turn 1 attack, unfortunately. Yeah. Cart retreat, but that, like, what does that do? It still doesn't get me the attack. Because then I'm attaching. No, it doesn't, because I'm using my attachment. How does it give me the turn 1 attack? I would use my attachment on. What are you guys talking about? I would use my attachment on the retreat, so then I wouldn't be able to attach. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I can catch or squawk here. You just have to manually attach twice. Oh, okay. Okay. Got it. Oh, okay. All right. Honestly, I could have just burst roar without putting the squawk down, and that probably would have been better, but. Pass. I thought about using burst roar there, obviously. Maybe it was correct to use burst roar, but I really wanted to keep that boss. You only got one. I've already used my pal pad. If I didn't already use my pal pad, then it's like a no-brainer rip for me, but I was thinking to myself that they wouldn't have the turn 2 Dragapult and that I might want to use boss. Like, I was thinking I might want to go for a little chip shot with the boss this next turn, and sure enough, look at this. See? Why not rip that hand? For this exact reason. I can... And now they cannot Rotom? I know, but it's got the 4 Seal Stone, so I guess... Me when I realized that I accidentally turned off my Rotom V. Dang it! No instant charge? What the heck? Pokemon League headquarters. All right, that was cringe. I've got 1 energy. My Radiant Greninja's prized? Okay, well, now I'm mad. The stop got countered. All right, now I look like a dingus. The league headquarters is making me look stupid. I did not see that coming. I was like, I could definitely just energy retrieval boss knockout, but now I cannot do that. Why are there so many Klefki on my ladder? I shouldn't have got a third one of those. Hyperblower, you can't hyperblower because this is Mr. I can't attack anyway. It doesn't matter. Because Bolt won. Oh, yeah. So true. The league headquarters? All right. That play would have been sick if not for the league headquarters, though. Because then I would have gotten a 2-prize knockout on the road this turn. Thank you, Pika P, for the Prime sub in the 17 months. What's my switch card situation? 1. Both catchers down. You see, like, I didn't want to waste my boss, man. You know? Like, I really did not. Because now look at me. I'm stuck dealing with this stupid Klefki again. Goodness, man. You guys need to grow up. Well, this appears to be the end, folks. Oh! It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of Pokémon TCG Live as we know it. And honestly, I feel fine. I'm still shopping. I'm not ready to leave the store yet. Give me more time. This Klefki out of here, dude. I just want to finish my one game. Let me beat this Dragapult player, maybe. I might not be able to, but let me try. God, I'm never playing Raging Bolt again, that's for sure. I hate this deck about as much as I hate Lugia. I hate both these decks. The fact that both these decks are like the top decks in the Pokemon TCG right now makes me sick. Makes me ill, bro. These are the best decks. I gotta learn to play these. Man. What's my deck? It was Baxcalibur, man. it was Baxcalibur Chen Pao, all right? That seems like that's from a lost era. And then before that, it was Miraidon. But I liked Miraidon before it was cool. Once it became cool, I stopped liking Miraidon. Got too mainstream, you know? Mew VMAX, listen. Mew VMAX showed up when I needed something to get me through a tough time. It's like you're going through a... I think my opponent... Yeah, I think they lose on account of the maintenance, potentially. That's my guess. Yeah. All right, sick. I was going through a rough time, and Mew provided. I think we dare not try another game on this application, right? Thank you, Das Madres, for that sub. I appreciate it. You're a longtime Magic player. You're confused by the X2 situation. In Magic, we just have Swiss rounds, so generally only 1 or 2 X2 would make top 8. Can you clarify? Pokemon has Swiss rounds too. That's all it is. It's just Swiss rounds. You have day 1 Swiss rounds, day 2 Swiss rounds. So, like, in order to qualify for day 2, you just have to go... You have to have a record of X and 2 or better. It's the same as Magic in that 3 points... You get 3 points for a win, and you get 1 point for a tie. So they have like a predetermined cutoff for people that get to play in day 2 of the event. I guess for the last event, it was whatever 6 times 3 is 18, right? So 18 points. You needed 18 points to advance to the next stage of the competition. But you keep the same record from day 1 into day 2, but you're just only allowed to play in day 2 if you achieve 18 points. Restart the game. Foiled. Anyways, I gotta make this YouTube video. Format fun by year. Yes. Mew VMAX, as you can see. Yeah, I mean, Pokemon has been tweaking their formula for tournament structure since I started playing the game. I know a lot of people were upset that if you go 10-2, that you didn't have a chance to compete in top 8 because you bowled out. Like, yeah, that sucks. They'll probably fix it though. I mean, like, I bubbled out of Worlds in 2015 on opponent's resistance with a record of 5-1-1. I got 9th place at Worlds with a record of 5-1-1. And I didn't get to compete for squat. So, like, yeah, now they fixed it. Now you have asymmetrical cut. So, like, on a 0.1% of opponent's resistance, I bubbled out of top 8 of Worlds in 2015. So, like, yeah, it was scuffed back then. They're always fixing things, is what I'm trying to say. Thank you, Ruben, for that Prime sub, the 39 months. Appreciate it. Thank you, Bush Manty, for that Prime sub in the 2 months. Appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah. Anyways, Mew VMAX was here during the worst stretch of the Pokemon TCG game design. Mew VMAX, I was in the pits, hating my life. 10-2 is a far stronger record than 5-1-1. Yeah, but the problem persists in that I had the same record as people in top 8 and didn't get... The problem persists is that it was not a fair way to decide, you know what I mean? To decide the cutoffs. Like, at Worlds, 5-1-1 at Worlds was about as good as it gets. In fact, people with 5-1-1 went on to have a shot to compete to win the event. This was 2015. Times were different. But what I'm saying is that things are evolving. Tournaments are bigger now than they used to be. Like 5-1-1 did have a chance to compete to be world. At Worlds, when you're in day 2 of Worlds and everybody that you're playing against is a potential world champion, 5-1-1 is actually a really good record. 10-2, you could have played against 8 scrubs. 5-1-1, I didn't play against a single scrub. I played against all Worlds competitors. So, like, I mean, what I'm saying is that things are always evolving. This past year, Rahul had a chance to compete despite bubbling out of top 8, right? Because of the asymmetrical cut. They just introduced the asymmetrical cut. Thank you, Somringa, for the Prime sub in the 5 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. The current system sucks. Yeah, and what I'm saying is they'll fix it. They'll fix it. Right now, I think they're trying to figure out like how to make these tournaments sustainable. Is the thing. Thank you, Not Darcy, for that sub in the 3 months. My take, single game Swiss, baby. Single game Swiss, you can have your rounds back, right? Right now, the reason you guys are getting stuck with less rounds is because of the stupid 50-minute best of 3. All right? That's why. This game is terrible with 50 minutes best of 3. Pokemon is not Magic. Got to go back to single game Swiss. The reason why you guys are getting stuck with less rounds is because you have to fit in all these 50-minute best of 3. The size of the tournament and the length, take this into consideration. You guys don't like the way that the new tournament structure works. You want it to go back to the old way. The old way was not sustainable. That's why they stopped doing it that way, because the tournament took too long. It was too much bloat, too long. The tournaments are too big now. They cannot afford to run them in the way that they were running them before. They were too much of a slog. An absolute slog is what they were. So they have to tweak it in order to make the tournament, these large, massive, multi-thousand player tournaments, sustainable, right? So what they did was they reduced the rounds, introduced asymmetrical cut, but you still got people complaining. I get it. The players aren't going to be excited because they got less rounds. But from a logistics standpoint, those old tournament structures that we used to run were not sustainable. The stream could not go on that long. The tournament hall could not be open that long. The vendors could not be there that long. This is not Disney World, okay? You do not get to just be open all day and all night, all weekend. Like, you have to be able to fit the event within a predictable amount of time. In Japan, they just run single game Swiss. Get them in, get them out. On to the next. And that, that's just what they do. So, anyways, there's a lot of things that you can complain about as a Pokemon fan. The tournament structure, frankly, isn't one of the battles that I'm going to pick, because they've been tweaking it the entire time that I've been playing. And from what I can tell, they're always trying to look out for the best interest of the players, and they're always listening to feedback. So, like, I'm not stressed about that. They'll figure it out, okay? They'll figure it out. People are mad you went 10-2 and didn't get money. Whatever, dude. People bubble all the time. People have bubbled. The entire, like, doing really well at a tournament and not getting to compete for top 8, that's a tale as old as time. That's a tale as old as time, okay? There's always been bubbles. People have always been salty. That's just like, as someone who's been playing the game forever, that's just part of the deal. The game is really, really, really big now. It's really, 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 really big. What that means is you have more people missing out than you used to. That's just what it is. You got more people missing out. You got more people being salty. I get it. It's cool. You know, that's just part of the deal. Top cutting events is really, really, really hard now. Yeah, I was extremely excited when I top 8'd Indy last year because, like, dude, I mean, top 8ing these events is a freaking monstrosity these days. I was bummed I drew poorly in my top 8 round and unfortunately lost to the only player that I'd lost to all weekend, Andrew Hedrick. Is the only player I lost to the entire tournament. I did not suffer a loss to any other player in that event hall. I lost to Andrew Hedrick twice, and I tied him once. But I digress. Is what it do, baby. Did you guys see Jake Gearhart is done? I'm not going anywhere. Why am I going? I'm not going anywhere. Why'd you say thanks for the stream? We're turning on Pocket, y'all. What the heck? Yo, why is Stephen A.
Vintage cube draft. I'm gonna go with this one. At B Wheeler MTG, right? Stephen A. Smith. What is your pack one, pick one in a Magic the Gathering vintage cube draft between Black Lotus and Sol Ring? Pack one, pick one. Magic Gathering vintage. I'm gonna go with this one right here. You know why? We're talking about Magic, right? We're talking about some vintage cube draft, right?
It's
right?
easy, Lotus, but
this might be taking me to another universe. I don't know where the hell I'm going through here. This looks far more intimidating. This is deceitful and all of that stuff. It could do harm, it could kill you. I get all of that. But this right here, I like this better right now. This seems a bit more imposing. I'm just guessing, but that's how I'm feeling this right here. At B Wheeler MTG, right, Stephen? What is your pack one, pick one?
This person saying, gonna keep it 100 to all these 3 cards are bigger problems than Dustin and absolutely need to be banned or get some cover errata. Yeah, these cards are also terrible for the game. I think something that like people kind of misinterpreted my graph, and people were taking the images like too literally in the graph that I made. Like, it's not just Dustnor. Like, you could put Prime Catcher, Pheasantipity, all that. All those cards belong there, right? All of those cards. People were being like, oh, so Mew VMAX was the worst thing about Sword and Shield. No, it was just a popular deck during the worst time. So I think that was like a little bit unclear about, like, the images. People just wanted to read the images as like being the story. No, the images just represent the era of the format. Yes. And I feel like Dustnor happened right around the same time the format really started to sour. Is what happened. Yeah, by that take, then the logo is the only thing Scarlet and Violet have. Right, like, literally, I thought that was clear, that I was just trying to represent the era, but anyways. Yeah, Jake Gearhart. Let's see. Did you guys see Jake Gearhart's done, man? I've decided to take an indefinite break from official Pokemon TCG tournaments. Baffling card design from Creatures Inc., combined with horrible tournament structure changes and policy decisions by TPCI, have ended what was the best time to play the game in over half a decade. People never truly quit, but I do see some people do. Not a lot, not many though. Half a decade sounds so much longer than 5 years. 5 years is a long time though. Think about the amount of time you were in high school. 5 years is longer than that. You know. Get this guy to a GLC League night. I'm saying, right? I'm saying. This is GLC saves people from having to do this. You don't have to make a quitting post. Just play Gym Leader Challenge. You'll be fine. The water's great. We have lots of fun over here. GLC isn't that fun though, says Wasteland Streams. Well, that's just like your opinion, man. I opened my second Blastoise this morning. That was hype. Oh, what do we got? Wigglytuff EX. I'm sorry, Quack Solo. I didn't realize that this was Fair and Honest Jim. I thought the name of the channel was Tricky Jim. Are you claiming that I'm the fake news? Are you claiming that I'm not fair and balanced, Jim? Oh, we could build Blastoise EX now. That's kind of sick. Wyatt says the thing I don't like about GLC is that every deck is the exact same trainer lineup. That's actually not true. So, it's not even close to being true. There is far more trainer variety in Gym Leader Challenge than there is in Standard. In Standard, there's a smaller card pool. So, like, you're gonna... How many decks in Standard play Arven and Iono? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, a lot. It's like every single standard. How many standard decks play 4 Nest Ball, 4 Ultra Ball? I think I'll play some Boss's Orders, Iono. Like, I could just start building almost every standard deck. Yeah. Well, some people just like not fitting in. And that's okay. The thing about multiple formats is that there's just something for everybody, right? Like, why would you limit a game to just one way to play it? I feel like personally that standard format is not a very, as Jake Gearhart also feels this way, but as someone who is a lifelong fan of the Pokemon TCG and has been playing for a very long time, I feel like standard format is not true to the essence of the Pokemon trading card game as it was founded, and it's not true to the history of the Pokemon TCG. Right now, it feels like a different game. Standard format kind of feels different than Pokemon cards. It feels like this like turboed out combo driven game. Now, yeah, people are saying it basically feels like Yu-Gi-Oh, right? But I didn't get into Pokemon to play a game that feels like Yu-Gi-Oh. I wanted to play. I like Pokemon cards, right? And to me, and to a lot of people, Gym Leader Challenge feels more like Pokemon cards than Standard does right now. And, you know, there are going to be people who have more of a taste for those super heavy combo-driven games, you know, where you kind of solitaire for 5 minutes and then your opponent solitaires for 5 minutes. And basically, there are going to be people who enjoy those kinds of formats more. Great, Standard is there for that. But for people who prefer kind of like what Pokemon the trading card game has felt like in its history, Gym Leader Challenge helps people to recreate that. It's kind of its own unique thing, and it feels more like Pokemon cards to me personally, and to a lot of people actually. Because it does feel like, and I've talked about this pretty extensively, when you develop a game, like a trading card game, for this long, and thank you for all the subs. I'm sorry if I miss people. We've got Will Chef with the sub in the 34 months. We've got Char Lizard, Not Darcy. Thank you all so much for the subs and the support. But, oh, sorry, the music's a little loud. Yeah, I'll fix that. Okay. But, yeah, multiple formats just allows there to be multiple ways to appreciate the card game. The thing about Standard is that Standard, like the Standard card pool has been being developed for 25, 30 years, and the problem with developing a card game for that long is that you need to constantly recreate the game while trying to make it feel the same. It's basically an impossible task. How do you continually release cards for a game for 30 years while keeping the cards new and interesting and powerful enough for people to want to buy them, while also making it so that the game feels like it did when people fell in love with the game? How do you balance that, right? It's impossible. You will eventually, after 30 years, you will lose the plot, right? You just will eventually lose the plot after 30 years, and your game is going to drift too far from where it was. And thank you, Plus, for that Prime sub in the 8 months. And so what a format like Gym Leader Challenge allows you to do is it allows you to reimagine the Pokemon TCG. It's almost like a hard reset. Just like, you know, it's like the ultimate fanfic. You know, what if the Pokemon trading card game existed in a way that was singleton and none of the rule box cards were ever printed? Right? What if? It allows you to ask you those what ifs. And multiple formats are pretty much just a good thing. And that they allow people to have more fresh experiences and ways to appreciate the Pokemon TCG. You know, and I have... Dang, I'm getting bodied. You know, I have over 200 retro Pokemon TCG decks built. I have 3 cubes built that I play with friends. I have standard built, and I have Gym Leader Challenge built. And of all those ways to play, Gym Leader Challenge is my favorite. I feel like it's like such a fun combination of unique deck building with like retro content because you get to play cards from the game's history, combined with evolution because cards keep getting printed into it. It's not like playing a retro format where the format never changes because new cards never get introduced to it. In some ways, it plays like a retro format in the back and forth nature of it, but it is always changing because new cards are still being printed into it. Something that I really love about it. I just really love the pace of the games in Gym Leader Challenge formats. You know, and you look at Magic the Gathering, and Commander is a fan-created format that's the most popular way to play Magic the Gathering. I think that the ceiling for a format like Gym Leader Challenge is through the roof. Part of what makes Gym Leader Challenge so appealing is that it changes while not changing as fast as standard. And you got to keep in mind for the average person, like keeping up with a new meta deck every month is not something that they're going to fit into like their normal schedule. They're probably not going to be doing that. Whereas Gym Leader Challenge is more of like a legacy format. So when you build your water deck, you may only need to update a couple cards in your water deck over the course of a year, right? So that's part of what gets people really excited about Gym Leader Challenge is that you don't have to buy into entirely new strategies every month, you know, when cards get released. Now, obviously, there's a market for that, and in some ways, it's good that there is a market for that. It keeps cards selling, right? The card game has to sell booster packs in order to stay relevant. So obviously standard helps drive the economy of the game. But for people that are really big fans of the game and want other ways to appreciate the game, formats like Gym Leader Challenge are just really good for the health of the game overall. Do I think GLC is easier or harder for kids to learn than standard? What's funny is that, you know, Gym Leader Challenge, I think, is like a great introduction to the Pokemon TCG, but it is more complicated than standard in a lot of ways. Because there's a bigger card pool and your decks are singleton, right? So, like, there's a lot of depth to it. But the turns don't take, like, 5 minutes and aren't, like, infinitely combo. Like, the turns aren't, like... I feel like teaching somebody standard is so kind of obnoxious. In the same way that teaching someone modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is obnoxious, right? Because, like, the turns are just these really long slogs, and it feels like the game has kind of it feels like the game has kind of lost the plot, is what it feels like for the Pokemon TCG. So that's part of what I really love about Pocket, is that Pocket gave the game designers a way, like, a kind of a get out of jail free card. And because it allowed the game designers to start over from scratch. I actually would really love to see what... I think standard needs a hard reset. That's kind of my take on standard. I think that standard needs a hard reset. I think that'd be so sick. Like, what if they just started from... But I don't think that they can do that. That's what I'm saying, Brandon. I think it's... I think that standard has gotten to this, like, super intense combo-heavy spot that for a lot of, like, old-time Pokemon fans is just not... It doesn't feel like the Pokemon card game that we fell in love with, and it's like... and it's just kind of what it is. Yes. Power creep has always been a part of trading card games. Is how they make money, of course. But think about this. I mean, Magic the Gathering, was created in the mid-90s. Pokemon TCG was created in the late 90s. And was it early 90s? Magic's early 90s. Pokemon TCG, late 90s. We've been doing these... we've been doing this kind of thing here for a very long time. Yeah, Magic was 93, Pokemon was 96. We've been doing this thing here for a long time where the game has been evolving and changing, right? And yes, power creep has always existed in these games, but what happens when power creep as a game design mechanic goes on for 50 years? What happens when power creep as a game design mechanic goes on for 100 years? Does the game fall apart? At what point does the game cease to be the... It's like the question of... It's that... What's the question of the ship when you're taking away the pieces of the ship as you're sailing it? It's literally that. What is that? I'm gonna look it up as soon as this game's over. It's literally the... Yeah. Theus's ship. Thesis. How do you say that guy's name? Thesis. I didn't attach an energy. Whatever. Theseus. Oh, the ship of Theseus. All right, cool. Theseus. Yeah, the ship of Theseus. All right. Yeah. So the Pokemon TCG is literally the ship of Theseus. All card games are. Because you are like recreating the ship as you're sailing it, but ultimately you're going to end up with a different ship. Wait, how did he get knocked out, bro? This is terrible. Wait, I lose now. What does your attack do, bro? Okay. Well, that's not great. Yeah. Das Madre says, I was looking at Cube, but dang, they're expensive. Yes, which is why Gym Leader Challenge is the freaking coolest. Because Gym Leader Challenge, your decks cost like, I don't know, 50, 70 bucks. Cubes are so expensive. So like, that's why I go to bat for Gym Leader Challenge. Obviously I'm biased as I created the format, but it is the most popular fan-made format in the Pokemon TCG. And that doesn't just happen for no reason. It's because it's freaking sick. Your average deck in Gym Leader Challenge format is going to be so much more affordable than a cube or something like that. But it gives you like some of that really unique gameplay that people get into. It gives you some of that really unique gameplay that people like about cubing, and the singleton limited nature of it does kind of give you that cube drafting feel. That was the initial hook that I had into Gym Leader Challenge. Something that I really loved about it at first was that it felt like the games that I was playing felt like cube games, where like you have to think on your feet, and there's a lot of like kind of wild situations that you haven't quite encountered before. And every game kind of feels unique, unlike standard, where you're feeling like there's a lot of, I'm playing this matchup again. This is the same thing. I'm doing the same stuff over and over and over again, right? Standard gets like that, but then, that everything that you're doing changes in 2 months because all the decks change, right? So that's kind of like the standard wheel. Whereas like in Gym Leader Challenge, it's more of a legacy format where the format doesn't change rapidly every couple months, but each game is more unique than a game of standard. And that's what really got me to fall in love with it. It gives you the kind of unique experience that you might get from a cube draft, but it's not as expensive. It's so much more accessible than cube drafting. Cube drafting is extremely inaccessible for many reasons. First of all, you have to have a cube built. Some cubes cost like a lot of money. Second of all, it's extremely inaccessible because you have to get 8 people together to fire a cube, right? And some of us don't have enough time to be able to spend all evening, and enough, local friends who are willing to, cube draft all evening or whatever. So like cube drafts are just cumbersome and tough to fire sometimes. In friend groups, a lot of times you have to like plan a cube evening. You have to say like, all right, on this specific day, we're getting all the homies together and we're going to cube, mark it on your calendar. Like that's what cube nights are like. Like you need to plan that crap because it's not just happening on a whim. But like Gym Leader Challenge, all it takes is 2. All it takes is 2. You just 2 people. You and 1 friend. And you can play. You can even have Gym Leader Challenge League nights, which is what we have here at Full Grip Games. And there's Gym Leader Challenge League nights that happen all around the world where you just show up to League, and because there's a predetermined set of rules, you just play a little tournament. I mean, we have weekly tournaments here at Full Grip Games where, so like if there's a Gym Leader Challenge League near you, you don't even need any friends, but you might make some at Gym Leader Challenge League. So that's pretty hype. Yeah, the ship of Theseus. Yes, the ship of Theseus is a paradox and common thought experiment about whether an object is the same object after having all of its original components replaced over time, typically one after another. Yes. So, like, basically, that's the thought experiment with the Pokémon TCG. The Pokémon TCG started in 1999. Internationally in 1999. It started getting designed in Japan in 1996. But how far have we come from the game's early design to now? I mean, like, how much of the game's original components are relevant? You just went to a GLC win a box tournament? Gosh, that sounds so fun. You know? Is this game the same as this game? Is it the same game? Like, what do you think? Is it the same game? Is this game? Is this game with this card, which is unplayable, by the way, the same game as this game? It's not really the same game. The design philosophy has changed so dramatically over the course of the 30 years. What kind of made the game before was that it did feel more like chess, in that you didn't interact with your opponent during their turn, but turns were short. And you made a move or a series of moves that then your opponent would respond to with a series of moves. And the series of moves were generally, not very long. They kind of like, they only take about a minute or so. Over the course of the game's like modern era, those turns, which used to be kind of more like a volley, like we're playing volleyball. I hit the ball, maybe I have a couple of teammates on my side of the board, on my side of the net, where like we hit it to each other and then we serve it back over. But you're only allowed to like think of older Pokemon was more like volleyball, where you're only allowed to hit it. Well, you're allowed to hit it 3 times on your side of the net, right? Thank you, Horsey, for that sub in the 62 months. In volleyball, you're only allowed to hit the ball 3 times on your side of the net. Bump, set, spike. Exactly. That's what old Pokemon used to be like. New Pokemon would be like if you were allowed to touch the ball a dozen times on your side of the net, right? Yeah, now it is more like soccer. Except not, because you're allowed to like defend plays inside. You're allowed to like go chase the ball in soccer. It'd be like, it's more like volleyball than soccer, because in volleyball you cannot touch the ball when it's on the other side of the net. So it's like if in volleyball, if you could hit it back and forth to each other and keep the ball for like 5 minutes and then you pass it over, right? That's kind of what it's like now. The game used to feel like chess in a way because the turns were short enough and there was a volley back and forth. But now it's kind of turned into this combo-driven game where your turns last forever. More decisions are made now. More decisions are made per turn now. But that doesn't mean it's a better game. Yes, you have to make more decisions per turn, but you don't necessarily make more decisions per game, because older games used to have more turns. So you had more decisions that you were making, more interaction with what your opponent was doing, because your opponent would do something and then you would do something to respond to it. Then your opponent would do something to respond to that. Then you would do something to respond to that. Do you see how that's more interesting than I play for 5 minutes, you play for 5 minutes, I play for 5 minutes, you play for 5 minutes, game over? Like, do you see how like that there's less interacting with what in a modern game of Pokemon, you may only have 2 to 3 turns to respond to what your opponent does. In classic Pokemon, you had maybe 10 turns to respond to what your opponent's doing. That's why the modern game sucks, frankly. Because there's less interacting with what your opponent's doing. So, that's basically the chart. Right? Now, the game hasn't always been good. It's gone through down times, for sure. It's gone through mid times. It's gone through renaissance. It's gone through peaks and valleys. Peaks and valleys. I mean, that's kind of the name of the game. And the game wasn't perfect when it was released in 1999. Just because you get started with something doesn't mean that you have the perfect game right off the bat. In fact, Pokemon did its darndest to try and ruin the game as soon as they created it. No, printing cards that interact on your opponent's turn isn't the answer, because that's just literally Yu-Gi-Oh! They did their darndest to kill the game, and then they fixed it in 2004, 2006. Like, the 2000s are some of the best years for the Pokemon TCG, for sure. Then they had this really cool kind of well-paced game, and then they tried to tank it with big basics. And big overpowered basics with overpowered item cards. Then they kind of chilled things out a little bit and things became mid again for a while. And then they printed all these turn 1 item lock decks that were just totally atrocious and the game went to crap. And then the GX era came about, and the GX era was just really balanced and fun. But look at this. Tapu Lele GX had 170 hit points. I mean, Drampa GX had 180 hit points. This is the same power level of card that they had back in 2012. Like, generally speaking, the same power level. GXs were the same power level as your big basic EXs. I mean, some of their attacks were stronger, but the same amount of HP, basically. You had your Stage 2 GXs, which weren't a thing back here. So, like, that was like a new addition. But your Stage 2 Pokemon GXs only had like 240 hit points. But then when things really went off the rails is when they started, when they created the 300 hit... Basically, when they created the 300 hit point Pokemon. Tag teams were like kind of the beginning of the end, and then they created the 300 hit point Pokemon, and now they're here, and they can't get out. There's no way to undo it. When I say, like, people ask, like, you know, well, how do you fix the Pokemon TCG? Pretty much every rule box mechanic that they come up with these days is a problem, and like just makes the game feel less like the Pokemon TCG, because the fact that you don't take 6 knockouts anymore, you don't even take close to 6 knockouts. Like the way that 2-prize Pokemon used to be played was that it was difficult to knock them out. That's the way it used to be, right? Like you had these 2-prize Pokemon, but they were difficult to knock out. Now you have these 2-prize Pokemon and you expect to one-hit KO them every single time they hit the board. Stage 2 EXs with 300 HP, not problematic. It's the one-hit KO basics. Well, yeah, and that's why you saw when the Scarlet and Violet era was released, that's why you saw on the graph there's like a slight little bump in fun factor. Evolving, and I think that the thing that a lot of people kind of get twisted is they'll be like, oh, well, there's so many different decks you can play. That doesn't mean that the format's good. In chess, there's only two there's only 2 decks you can play in chess, and they're both the same. It doesn't mean that the game is good if you have a million different decks you can play. Yeah, chess is literally just a mirror match. Yeah, we're gonna play the mirror again. It's like, yeah, we have a bunch of different decks in Standard, but they're all trying to go 2-4-6, right? I mean, basically, it's like pick your favorite way to try and go 2-4-6. That's what you're doing in Standard. And you're trying to just combo off. If my opponent red cards me turn 1, I should have benched this stupid Dratini. I always forget about the... I always forget that my opponent can disrupt my hand before I get to play. But that's why Gym Leader Challenge is fun. That's why it's cool. It's different. It feels like how Pokemon cards used to feel. It gives you a taste of what the game could be. You know, my opinion is that Standard feels like Expanded now. Like how Expanded used to be, Standard is basically that powerful now. Expanded is silly now because Standard is basically as strong as Expanded used to be. So I feel like we've kind of lost Standard formats. Or the feeling of a limited... Standard is a limited format where you can only play the most recent sets, but it doesn't feel limited. It feels... Standard feels like I can do anything I want. That's what the game feels like now. Oh yeah, this deck is broken, dude. And it's okay. I think that there's a certain amount of Pokemon players that really enjoy like a high velocity, high combo, low interaction format. There's people who like that. I mean, after all, there's people who play Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, there's people who want an extremely complex combo-driven game. But I think there needs to be more options within the world of the Pokemon TCG to play than just that standard, because Pokemon cards is more than that. Pokemon cards is so much more than just that. All right, my opponent, I don't know what they're trying to do here. But that's okay. So people have asked, like, how would I fix standard? I would fix standard. You got to do a hard reset. But I don't think that that's like, I don't know that it's possible, but I think you need to do a hard reset. But I don't think it's possible. So, because the reason I would say hard reset is because the only way that you like dial down the explosiveness and power level of the game is if you release like a whole bunch of bad sets in a row, right? And they won't do that because that's just like, you're gonna kill the game. So you can't do that, right? You can't just release like 2 years worth of unplayable cards. So what you can do is create new formats. You know, basically fans can come in and, oh, I should have sent up the Dragonite. I think. Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing? I should not have evolved in this Dragonite. That's okay though. I meant to retreat into my other Dragonite first. Would it be interesting to have restricted cards each season? The problem with that is that people buy them, right? And if people buy cards and then those cards are restricted, that feels bad. So I don't think it's a realistic option. Dude, what's this 8 energy Mewtwo gonna do? Nice. Yes, triple threat. I guess that's that's kind of the hope, right? I mean, the Pokemon Company does that all the time. Like, they print cards. Like, think they printed, like, a direct counter to Mew VMAX, right? You know, like Spiritomb, for instance. They printed so many counters to it, and it literally still won Worlds, right? Yeah. They printed Mew VMAX, then they printed Spiritomb, Drapion, Mightyena, and Path to the Peak. The only thing that countered Mew truly was rotation. Yes. Path made Mew VMAX better. Yeah, Taterific says, I won a booster box of Twilight at the Sunday Cup in Louisville, and one of the guys I was with remarked about how much of the meta came from that set. Literally, that's just what that's kind of what the trading card game is, right? So the reason why fan-made formats are kind of the solution, the reason why fan-made formats are the solution to power creep is because fan-made formats don't need to make money. That's why. That is why Gym Leader Challenge can afford to be fun. Because it doesn't need to sell 1 million high-priced cards every set. Does that make sense? Power creep exists because game designers need to make money, so they need to make the cards they just finished printing irrelevant, and they need to print cards that beat the crap out of them, and they just need to keep doing that. Fan-made formats don't need to make money. Grease says, I thought the majority of Pokemon TCG sales are for collectors. Well, the game is designed in Japan. And yes, there are a lot of collectors within the world of the Pokemon TCG, of course. But I still think that principle holds true. Loco says, I don't know a single person IRL who plays Pokemon cards. That's so sad. But not uncommon. Dude, my Dragonite deck is freaking broken, man. Popping off with this thing today. Let's go. But yes, I mean, look at it. So you've got Magic the Gathering, the longest running trading card game. Their biggest format is a fan-made format. But then that just imploded. Yeah. You know, that just imploded, and man, there's a whole lot of drama surrounding Commander right now. But Commander has pretty serious, like, needs pretty serious maintenance because there's this whole hubbub about, like, you know, what power level is the deck that you're playing, and, you know, how do we make sure that people are playing decks with similar power levels against one another. It's this whole thing. Commander used to be a community fan-run format that was run by a committee. The committee disbanded and passed off the reins to Commander format to Wizards of the Coast. They did so because there were threats of violence against them for a ban that was created within the format. We're not going to get into, like, whether or not, you know, whether or not the bans were a good decision or not. That's not the topic of the stream or anything that we're interested in discussing here. We're not a Magic channel, and that's for that community to discuss. But it is kind of fascinating for me to be able to stand back and watch unfold all the drama there, because, I mean, we run a fan-run format in the Pokemon TCG, and kind of seeing what happened with Commander is like, oh, my goodness, there's a lot that can go wrong here. But the Pokemon community and the Magic community are very different. The games are very different. People look at Magic cards like they are... people look at Magic cards like they're stock investments and things like that. I mean, and you think about, you know, imagine Pokemon was printing cards straight into Gym Leader Challenge format, and that Gym Leader Challenge format was big enough that it made some of those cards worth $150. And then imagine that, you know, and then imagine that I decided to ban those cards that the Pokemon Company printed exclusively for Gym Leader Challenge format. Imagine that I decided to ban them because I didn't like them, right? And then imagine that I got death threats from people who were mad that I banned their expensive cards that they bought for the format that I created. And then imagine that since I was getting doxxed and getting death threats, that then I passed the running of Gym Leader Challenge off to the Pokemon Company. That's more or less what happened. Jesse wants insider trading if I ever do something like that. You want the insider trading, Jesse? Oh, yeah? No, and that's the thing about the Gym Leader Challenge cards. Like, Gym Leader Challenge does impact the market. It does. I mean, Gym Leader Challenge might turn a $3 card into a $15 card. You know, like that might be a thing. Or it might change like a $1 card to a $5 card. But that's like the extent of what we're talking about. Pokemon players, they complain about a $15 Roserade. That's what Pokemon players complain about, all right? We're talking, this is small fish compared to what Magic players deal with, all right? Small fish. You got a $15 Roserade and people are like, well, won't be able to eat for a week, you know? But in Magic, you know, people in Magic got $1,000 commander decks. That's the thing. Backseat Dandy, like Gym Leader Challenge, is like Pauper in that way, in that it's not an all commons format, but it is an all. There's no like rule box cards allowed, so it is in essence like an all commons format because you can't play your EX cards, GX cards, like the hits from the box. You can't play. No, there is a rotation in Magic. The thing about Magic cards, and one of the major differences between Magic cards and Pokemon cards, is that Magic cards, outside of playing the game, have very little value. Magic cards are game pieces. Pokemon cards are not just game pieces, they are also collectibles in a way that Magic the Gathering cards are not. Case in point, Pokemon bulk is actually kind of worth something. Magic the Gathering bulk is not. And the reason for that is that Pokemon bulk still has cute little Pokemon on it that people are fans of. Magic cards, if the cards are not playable in some kind of way, then they are worthless. Whereas the most expensive modern Pokemon card is probably Moonbreon, and Moonbreon is not like a playable card. It was like an okay card, right? But the secret rare Moonbreon, let's not get it twisted. The reason why people are paying for the Moonbreon is not because it's a good card. They're paying for the Moonbreon because it's got Umbreon on it, right? So yeah. Pokemon cards' value is driven by their collectability. Magic pieces, Magic cards are driven by their playability. So, when you have, like, imagine if people had all these Moonbreons that they only own so that they can play them in their decks, and then a rules committee goes and bans them. And then a rules committee goes and bans them, and then people are all mad because their Moonbreons are worthless. Like, Moonbreons are not going to get worthless just because Moonbreon rotated out of standard format, and its value did not fluctuate whatsoever because the value of Moonbreon had nothing to do with its standard legality. And that's the way it is for most Pokemon cards. Gym Leader Challenge does affect the cost of some cards, because obviously with all card games there is supply and demand. That's just the way it goes. So you have to, you know, if there is a higher demand for the cards than there is supply, then your prices are going to go up. And so Gym Leader Challenge makes it so that the demand for some cards goes up. I should just end this game. Yeah. Wait, can they knock me out with Jinx? No. Do we buy Lorcana singles? I don't think so. We might buy... We buy Lorcana singles in store. I don't think we buy them on our website yet. Oh, I'm bodied. No, I'm not. Okay, we're chilling. Okay, we knock out the Farfetch'd. And then give me a nice skadoosh. Give me a nice Draco Meteor. Skadoosh. Alright, you don't have a way to attack me this next turn. You lose. Unless you Misty 2 energy to that Articuno. But you didn't even promote the Articuno, so you're roasted. But I think with the games like this, it's like, I mean, think of the Pokemon trading card game like the Zelda franchise. Like, think of it like that, right? You can... There are... You know how many Zelda fans I know who, like, don't like Tears of the Kingdom? There are a lot of Zelda fans who are, like, diehard Zelda fans who, like, don't like Tears of the Kingdom. Why? Well, it's a departure from, like, kind of the early Zelda formula, for sure. To me, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are incredible games, and they do still feel like Zelda. I feel like, personally, I think that they still very much encapsulate the idea of what it means to be a Zelda game. But you've got a lot of people. You do have people who don't like them, though. Who are big fans of Zelda. And you think about it, like, Zelda, I mean, Zelda has a much easier time growing and evolving than a trading card game. But they have the same thing. Like, how do you continue to be creative and create new Zelda games that still feel like Zelda, but are new and different and exciting ways to play games? It's the same game design conundrum that trading card games deal with. It's the same thing, right? Yeah, one of the major... I think that Cherubi Jelly, I think that's a great point. One of the major strengths of Zelda is that Zelda has always taken different forms, and you can kind of plop Link in whatever sort of timeline or situation that you want, and you can have new challenges, right? Some people thought that the open worldness kind of like made it feel less Zelda, but then the answer to that is that then the Zelda team also has a 2D team, and they get to release games like the one they just released where you can play as Princess Zelda, right? They have more contained games. Zelda 1 is an open world game. I know, I agree. It's a 2D open world game. Yes, it is. Echoes of Wisdom, right. The first ever Zelda game was an open world game, and not like listen, I love Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. I'm just saying that there are people who have those takes. Don't try to argue with me, bro. I think Tears of the Kingdom is the coolest dang game I've ever played. All right. I absolutely loved them. Some of the best gaming experiences of my life. Don't come at me. All right. They're some of my favorite games ever created. But what I'm trying to say is that and I've played and beaten Zelda A Link to the Past, which was also an open world game. So, what I'm trying to say is, in the same way as that, you'll have Pokemon trading card game fans who are like fans of a certain kind of era and style of the Pokemon TCG, right? That may not be fans of the new card design. Like I consider myself to be one of the world's biggest Pokemon trading card game fans. I just am. Like, literally, this game is my life, bro. I am one of the world's biggest Pokemon trading card game fans. That's just a fact. I love this game. I spend all day, every day with this game. Like, this is what I do for a living. I talk about Pokemon cards for a living. I got a podcast that I record once a week where I just yap about Pokemon cards even more than I yap about Pokemon cards when I'm at my job. But that doesn't mean that I necessarily agree with the design philosophy of some of the newer Pokemon trading card game cards. You know, I'm a huge Pokemon card fan, but like, I can be a huge Pokemon card fan while not agreeing with, you know, some of the more modern design choices. I mean, a key example of that is Jason Klaczynski. I had an opportunity to talk with 3-time world champion Jason Klaczynski at the Base Fossil event that I produced at the end of the summer here, and he just doesn't like the modern game design as well. So I mean, he's still a huge Pokemon card fan. He's obviously won 3 world championships. He's like, you know, what many consider to be the most accomplished Pokemon TCG player in the world, and you know, and he has no interest in coming back to Standard, though he still plays a lot of Pokemon cards. He just plays formats that he finds more fun. Now, and Jason and I do a lot of chatting about retro formats and about cubing. We both have that in common, where we do a significant amount of that. I think that Pokemon is reaching a point where they are kind of inducing their own standard burnout. There used to be standard and expanded formats supported by the Pokemon Company International and supported by the Pokemon Company Japan. Both of those formats used to be supported by the Pokemon Company. Now, expanded format, all but dead. And standard format is so kind of overpowered that it feels like how expanded format used to feel. So, I think what the Pokemon Company has to do is they have to support multiple ways to play the game. I mean, and that's just going to keep the player base more engaged for a longer period of time. because you'll have all these fresh ways to appreciate and love the Pokemon TCG. You have different players who have different tastes. It'd be like right now, the Pokemon TCG is like going to a restaurant and there's only one item on the menu. And it's standard. And it's like, that's what you get, right? Eventually, even if people like that item on the menu, eventually they may want something else. You know? That's just how it goes. So, I think TPCI should be offering up more items on the menu, right? To help support their game. Pocket is great because Pocket is another format, right? And this is why, you know, some people are mad and they're like, oh, well, you know, I hate the fact that I've got to pay to play this game. Like, dude, if you want nice things, you're going to have to pay for it. That's just how things go. Nothing in life is free. I don't do my job for free, and I'm sure you don't do your job for free. I don't work in the video game industry, but I am very firmly of the take that video games are very underpriced. Modern video games, I think modern video games should cost $100. Like a AAA game, a modern AAA video game should cost $100. Period. There's that much work put into them. They just should. They don't because of microtransactions. Right. So, like, microtransactions is how that... But, like, I think people need to kind of recalibrate in their mind how they think of buying a video game, right? No way you got the Giovanni knockout on my guy. Anyways, I still win, though, but... Boom. But yeah, if you want a game that's like constantly being developed, the thing about a game like this, like TCG Pocket, or a game like Pokemon Go, is that the game development never ends. So you can't have the game be totally free to play, because then how are the developers making money? And you can't have the game be a one-time cost, because again, how are the developers making money? So if you want a game that constantly evolves, then you need a game that costs money. So there's, you know, ways you can go about it. You can have the game cost like a subscription fee where it's just like, okay, in order to access this game, you got to pay us $15 a month. And you could do that, and then, you know, you play the game within it. Or you can have the freemium model, which is, you know, there are free-to-play options, but most people will be incentivized to drop some money on the game. So, yeah, World of Warcraft used to do that. Yes, I know. But this kind of level of development can't be free. And the funny thing about TCG Pocket, the funny thing about it is that you would think that in Pokemon TCG Pocket, you don't get to own any of the cards in your hand. So it should be cheaper, right? Because they're digital. Wrong. Because upkeeping a digital game is actually more expensive than printing the paper cards, right? Like, it's harder to do. Printing paper cards, that's about as easy as it gets. Like, am I wrong? That doesn't sound right. Well, think of it this way. The same amount of development goes into these digital cards as they do into the paper cards. The same amount of thought, right? The same amount of game design goes into digital cards as they do into paper cards. For the paper cards, all you have to do is send them off to a printer. For the digital cards, then you have to program them, right? And what's easier? Sending off cards to a printer or programming them? What do you think? Yes, paper is a whole different logistical enigma. However, there are print shops who have been printing these cards for decades now. TPCI owns one, right? They have it down to a science. They have it down to an exact science. The distribution and all the promotional material has to be harder to make than the digital version. They have all of that down to like a system that I think is extremely easy. I mean, look at TCG Live. Look at TCG. If you want an example of why coding is harder than printing paper, look at TCG Live. I wish I could take a look, but it's down. Okay, so they're gonna Blizzard again. I'm gonna bring up Greninja. I think we're just saying that I'm going to top deck Dragonites. So yeah, the thing about running a digital trading card game is that that crap costs money. If you want it to work good, that crap costs money. Yeah. I mean, think about it. Like, once you get the game created in paper, all you have to do... Heck yeah, Jacob, that rocks. All you have to do is make sure that the game makes sense in paper, and then you send it to the printer. Once you conceptually create the game, then you gotta code it. And then you gotta upkeep it and make sure that it stays working. Oh, I should have promoted though. That's fine. I do have my 2 turns, so this is okay. I have 2 turns to win the game. Okay. I still should have... I should have promoted the Dragonite, just saying. I'm definitely going to top it. I'm definitely going to find it off of that research, I think. But I guess they swing for 80 here. And then I retreat and go out Draco Meteor. Yeah, if I had Draco Meteor this turn, I think I'd just win. Yeah. That's a misplay on my part. Dang. I just needed to promote that. Okay, this is interesting. Alright, I cannot win. Because all my opponent did was bench 2 Articuno. And I'm finally using Draco Meteor. But it doesn't matter, because at most I can knock out one of these things. So, we'll concede. Yeah, I needed to... Yeah, I can't believe I didn't promote my Dragonite there. I needed to send the Dragonite up. Or the Dragonair. I think I was lost in thought about digital card games. All right, I've got Blastoise. You guys want to build a Blastoise deck? Blastoise. Let's go. I finally opened my second Blastoise this morning. I still need a second Executor EX. That's the card that I... What set are you from? You're from the Charizard pack? All right. Start opening Charizard packs. Got my 2 Blastoise. Got my Squirtles. Got my Wartortles. I think with the Blastoise, I mean, we just want to bring up the man in Hydro Bazooka, right? I mean, that's just what we want to do. So, what do we pair Blastoise with to make that as easy as possible? Is it Blastoise Starmie? Is it Blastoise Articuno? It's always Snorlax. Did I try normal Starmie? I have tried normal Starmie in my Starmie deck. He's nice. The issue that I usually find is that it's not helping me with my prize trade. Because in the Starmie deck, the reason I cut it is because in the Starmie deck, you usually want to force your opponent to go 2-4. Like, they take out an Articuno or a Starmie, and then you don't want to bring up the little Starmie, because that's 2 and then 1, so that's 3. So that was my beef with it. That's why I cut it. Is because it wasn't helping my prize race. So, like, in Blastoise, I'm thinking you want to force your opponent to go 2-2. Or you can force them to go 1-1-2. So you could go Snorlaxes and then Fossils. Oh, yeah. And then we've got our Misties. And we're not playing Articuno because then it just might as well be an Articuno deck. God, I gotta open my second full art Misty. We'll make this smaller so you guys can see what I'm working with. And we gotta play the Helix Fossil. For sure. Does Giovanni help us with anything? Not really. Perfect. All right, this is our deck. Omastar? What does Omastar do? Actually evolve our fossils? That's unheard of. 180 hit points? God, he's a beef monster. All right. Let's give this a try first. Oh, we need new... Yeah, just the Blastoise. Nice. I have definitely gotten destroyed by a Blastoise deck on the ladder before. Because all they have to do is get Blastoise going, and then it's kind of like the same as Charizard almost. Yeah, it's quite similar to Charizard because, like, once you get the Blastoise out, it's just lights out. You just win. We're going second. We got the entire Blastoise in our hand. We've got the whole turtle in our hand. Yo, did any of you guys listen to Raffi growing up? Any 80s babies out there? 80s and 90s babies? Did y'all listen to Raffi when you were a kid? Raffi is literally the GOAT of children's music. I listened to a lot of Raffi growing up. My parents even took me to a Raffi concert when I was a kid. Yeah, I saw Raffi live once. Yes. But now that I have a child of my own, you know, I've been going back and listening to some Raffi. And man, Raffi has got the slappers. Well, that's what I'm saying. Oh, yeah, Brandon, I'm going to make my son listen to Raffi for sure. Baby beluga in the deep blue sea, swims so wide and he swims so free. Heaven above, the sea below, and a little white whale on the go. Yeah, Raffi's the freaking GOAT, dude. All right, the Raffi bangers. Banana Phone is not an S tier Raffi song. I will let you know. The more we get together, bumping up and down. Bumping up and down in my little red wagon. Down by the Bay, obviously. But Down by the Bay is like a aching drum. Insane. Bumping up and down in my little red wagon. Bumping up and down in my little red wagon. Bumping up and down in my little red wagon. Won't you be my darling? One wheel's off and the axle's broken. Yeah, Down by the Bay is like obviously goated Raffi song. I think The More We Get Together is my favorite one. Because it's just so wholesome, right? The more we get together, together, together. The more we get together, the happier we'll be. 'Cause your friends are my friends, and my friends are your friends. Yeah, The More We Get Together is my favorite one. Right. I mean, Down by the Bay is an undeniable slapper, but I'm not going to say that's one of my favorite Raffi songs. Because it's the normie answer, right? God, my Pokemon are just so big. Look at how freaking big my units are. You unlocked a memory I forgot I had. That's what I'm saying. So here's the crazy thing, is that in my adulthood, I know all the songs are wholesome. I know they are. In my adulthood, I thought that the only Raffi songs I remembered were Down by the Bay and like Mr. Sun, Mr. Golden Sun. Yeah, like that one. I thought those were like the only Raffi songs that I remembered. But God, was I so incorrect. Because I actually know every single song from Raffi's album, Singable Songs for the Very Young. I know every single song on this album. And I played it the other day for my son. And as I was like listening through the album, I was like, wait, I'm like having core memories unlocked right now. I know every single one of the... See, it was correct for me to put a Helix fossil down in case they use a Sabrina. I should have put that down. But anyways, I know every single song on Singable Songs for the Very Young. I know every single one of these. Yeah, you don't forget it. You just get tucked. It gets tucked away forever. That's what I'm saying. So like the crazy thing is that like even ones like the one about the spider. There's a spider on my head, on my head. like that song. When that song came on, I was like, how do I know this? How do I know this song about the spider dog? Like what? All right, Blastoise is crazy. Baby Beluga. Yeah, that's a huge slapper. Baby Beluga, slapper. If you want like, if you've got little kids, and even if you don't, and you want like the most high velocity dose of wholesome straight to your brain, like if you're having a bad day, and to know that like Raffi is still out there, he's 76 years old. He's 76 years old and he's still out there making music, but he's not making children's music anymore. Now he says that he makes music that he feels like is targeted towards the Raffi generation that grew up listening to his music. Let's see. There's like this live concert that he did. That's just amazing. But for some reason, I can't type anywhere on my computer right now. Did my keyboard die? No, because anyways. Raffi did this live concert. You can find it on YouTube. It's incredible. But Shake My Sillies Out still comes to mind anytime someone says shake twice in a row. Shake, shake, shake my sillies out. Shake, shake, shake my... He's just a genius, bro. He's a genius. Raffi is my freaking goat. I'm so happy I got to see him as a kid. That memory, though, I do not remember it. I mean, I was very young. But I'm happy. I am contented knowing that my parents took me to see him once. Natalie said she went to go see Barney live as a kid. And her parents said, "Oh, this is terrible. I am losing this game." I know, I was very young. I know the songs were for me. I'm an 88 baby. Yeah, I was born in December of 88. All right, I'm gonna need 4 heads. Hey, yo. Dang it. Willoughby, Wallaby. Man. He's just so fun. And you know, and the crazy thing is that how much HP is worked for left? 80. This is terrible. I can potentially... I mean, there is a route to win this game, folks. Blastoise is so broken. Holy smokes. All right, I need you to not have... I need you to not have Sabrina this turn. Okay. We're in there. Folks, I think we've done it. Blastoise is so cracked. The crazy thing is, though, so, like, you're watching the, like, the Raffi concert, and all the kids are just, like, locked in and so, like, focused on the music and what Raffi's doing and all that. But there's no background. The background is just like a plain screen with like lights on it, and it's just the production of the show is just Raffi with a guitar, right? It's just Raffi with the guitar, and all the kids and all the families are singing, and everyone's having a good time and having fun. And now I think of like the iPad baby generation, and just like there would have to be Subway Surfers behind the screen now in order for kids to be locked in the same way. I also watched some of like the old Disney classic movies, and like the pacing was so much slower. You're not just constantly bombarding, you know, kids with all the different stimuli. Like there's a lot of like kind of paced out visual storytelling going on. I'm thinking specifically of the movie Bambi, which apparently was my favorite movie as a baby, was Bambi. And now, like, you go and watch Bambi, and Bambi is like a very slow-moving movie. It's beautiful. It's beautifully illustrated. The music is gorgeous. I mean, it is. As an adult, I look back on Bambi now, and I'm like, wow, Bambi is actually like an incredible movie. Bambi was mid from day one? Absolutely not. As someone who grew up to be an artist, like, Bambi's incredible. I mean, the illustrations are beautiful. The music is beautiful. The storytelling, it's like it's a visual storytelling masterpiece. But the pace is different. So, one of the things that I One of the things that I really want to make sure that I do with my child is that I don't fry his little attention span. Yes, I have heard that Coco Melon is terrible. No, we will not be doing Coco Melon. I didn't realize how big... I've heard nothing but horrible things about Coco Melon. But I didn't realize that Coco Melon was so big that they've got, like, merch in Target, dude. I didn't realize that. Like, I thought Coco Melon was just this thing that, like, I don't know, that is, like, big on YouTube. I didn't realize it has, like, that much... that much range and, like, success. Oh, no. I mean, the thing about YouTube is that it is content created for an algorithm. I mean, that's just what it is. So, like, yes, is there enriching stuff on YouTube? Of course. But you have to be very educated about what you're going to put in front of your child, because if you just let the child surf the algorithm, oh yeah, it's not good. Or even if you let the algorithm just decide what's next for you, and your child whose brain is still developing, like, oh lordy. Yo, let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We win. Blastoise is so broken, dude. This deck is insane. This deck is nuts. This deck is crazy. I gotta shake my sillies out. But yeah, the crazy thing is now that I'm back on my Raffi grind, now that I'm back on my Raffi grind, I just, like, my stream of consciousness in my brain is just almost entirely children's songs. That's just... Do you see why the fossil has to be here, guys? You see why the fossil has to be here? So the fossil is here because what if my opponent plays Sabrina and then they get to bring up my Blastoise? But I don't want them to do that. So instead, you put the fossil down so that if your opponent plays Sabrina, then you send the fossil up, right? But if they don't play Sabrina, then when you send up Blastoise, you just discard the fossil. Like, I'll wake up in the morning and it's just Raffi songs in my brain. Oh, I embrace them. I mean, they're slappers, dude. The Raffi songs are slappers. Like, I'm not mad about it, but it is funny. Hydro Bazooka. We're playing Pocket today because there's TCG Live maintenance. But I also enjoy TCG Pocket. I think the game's really fun and kind of sick. Like right now, I'm just punting people with Blastoise. I didn't even think that this card was like good, but honestly, it's kind of insane. Blastoise does remind. It's a little bit like Primal Groudon, huh? Yeah, TCG Pocket is kind of like it's like Pokemon. It's like back to the basics Pokemon. It's fun. It's fun because the turns are short. I don't get bored during my opponent's turns. Thank God. You know, it actually feels like a well-designed back and forth game. Whereas like standard, if Pokemon cards has always been and always was what standard format is right now, I don't know that I ever would have gotten into it. You know, like I'll play standard, of course, but standard format in its current state is not why I fell in love with the Pokemon TCG. But I think that at its core, the Pokemon TCG has like a lot of great mechanics. I think that at its core, the game design of the Pokemon trading card game, I think, is a great design, and I really believe in it. The design philosophies of the last couple of years are some real head scratchers, specifically starting with Sword and Shield. But I'm still a fan. Pocket is relaxing to play. Yes. As a good game, a good trading card game should be. All right, we're up against Lightning Deck. This could get sus, but we'll see what we can do. We got our Squirtle out. Okay, I mean, we're doing what we need to do. And all I need to do is bring out Blastoise and go knockout game. So, dang, you guys see? All right, Blastoise might actually be better than Charizard. Okay. Here's the reason why. Blastoise might be better than Charizard. This is not clickbait. This is not clickbait, y'all. The reason why Blastoise is better than Charizard is because you don't have to have Moltres as your lead. You get to force your opponent to go 1-1-2. Whereas in Charizard, you're trying to force your opponent to go 2-2. Like here, I've already got the Blastoise, dog. I'm about to cook this Lightning Deck. And basically, you can force your opponent to go through maybe the second Snorlax might have been like a little bit. Okay. Because here, I can't send Blastoise. I have to send Snorlax. But if they go Sabrina, yeah, we have to send Snorlax. Okay. And then we go here. And we pass. But this is the reason why the fossil has to be here. To protect against Sabrina. They do have it. Okay. Ah, man, this is tough. Okay, I don't think that I can actually do it. Because if they do 110, 110, that's a knockout. I need to find another potion. I needed to hit 1 on that Misty, too. I know. The second lax may be my downfall. I know. I shouldn't have just slammed that down. Nine cards left in deck. So I guess what? If I go double potion, I think I live, though. Because they go 110. Yeah, yeah. Ah, dang it. Rats. All I have to do is bench a lightning Pokemon and they got it. Dang. We were close. You darn Pikachu deck. Blastoise is so broken, though. I really believe that. This card's sick. We can beat Pikachu. And we would have won this match if we flipped 1 heads on that Misty. Then we just win here. 1 heads on the Misty. And we win that game. Because I get to just go KO, KO, win. That's okay. I mean, I can live with that. I think I can live with the fact that like we could beat our weakness matchup if we just kind of hit a Misty there. Like that feels fine. I do think that I need to maybe hold off on that second Snorlax off the rip. The opening Snorlax is obviously great. You just do that. It feels so healthy to play a game where the only gust is a push. It feels so healthy. Like, dude, prime catcher, boss, counter catcher, all that, dude. I'm building a cube right now, and I'm like considering not putting guaranteed gust in it, because, man, the game just feels so much better without it. I'll hold off on benching the second Snorlax in case my opponent maybe Jake Gearhart was right. I am building an EX era, kind of like a e-reader to, I'm building an e-reader to early Diamond and Pearl power level cube, where the evolution lines are 222 but all the cards are singleton. So if there's like 2 Gardevoir in the deck, there's only 1 of each kind of Gardevoir, but there are 2 Gardevoir, right? So that every single Pokemon is a singleton. I've never played the Eternal format, but I've seen it. The thing that turns me off from the Eternal format is that there are too many rules and too many... It is kind of like loosely inspired by the Chaos Cube, but instead of the Chaos Cube where it's singleton, this is like... Technically, it's kind of singleton, but the evolution lines are 2-2-2 instead of 1-1-1. What turns me off from the Eternal format is it seems like there's too many rules and too many bans to wrap your head around. What I really like about Gym Leader Challenge is that, you know, I think the format's like really easy to wrap your head around. But definitely respect to Justin for creating his own format. I mean, I think it's super cool. Okay. Here is where we would want to... All right, Misty. Nice. Sick. Okay, he's got the energy he needs. There are no other Mewtwo's in play. I don't... So if he brings up Blastoise and hits for 150, I mean, that's a problem if he does that. So we kind of have to... Are we saying, like, they don't have Sabrina? Yeah, that's fine. We'll put this down. And we'll put an energy on Snorlax and pass. Yeah. Ryan, I do it the opposite way. Draft the evolution, pray you get the basic. I've done the Chaos Cube a few times. I don't love it. I think it's fine. I feel like my issue with Chaos Cubing is that too much of your draft picks are kind of chosen for you because the cube is purely singleton. So, like, if you're in an evolution line, you have to pick the other evolutions, right? So, like, that's my kind of beef with the Chaos Cube as it's designed. Oh, and also, like, half of your draft pool is unplayable in Chaos Cube. Like, literally half. Okay. Give him the Bazooki, Blastoise. Right, and hate drafting is very easy, but the thing is, hate drafting is fun, but the thing is that hate drafting is like really hard to do in Chaos Cube because there are so many cards that you have to draft. Like, every pack that you get, you're like, I have to pick this card because I'm into that card, right? Or I have to pick this card because I'm into that card. So, like, personally, I think that, like, but I think that Puka was he's kind of on to what I consider, like, the kind of ideal or perfect Pokemon cube. My theory is that the perfect Pokemon cube has 2/2/2 evolution lines, because you get a little bit of a taste of that singleton nature. And that's why I'm designing the cube to be like, all right, it's singleton in that, it's going to have one Gardevoir from Ruby and Sapphire. It's going to have one Swampert from Ruby and Sapphire. But there will be 2 Gardevoir and there will be 2 Swampert. They will just be two different Swampert. And there will be 2 different Gardevoir. And there will be 2 different Curlia. And there will be 2 different Ralts. So that way it's not as tight as like the Chaos Cube, which is like so punishing. Another issue I have with the Chaos Cube is that it takes too long to draft. It's like it is a huge drafting process. And yeah, it's a huge drafting process. You have to, it's just a lot. I do think that cubes are at their best when they're 360 cards. I do have a nice 2-player drafting experience that I have created for 2 players. I have a nice 2-player cube, which is fun. It is, I haven't changed it since I created it because it's just been kind of solid, I feel like. And its own little self-contained format where you can do Winston draft, or is it Winston? What's the kind of draft that you do? I forget. Solomon draft, that's right. My cubes, my favorite cube that I have built right now is my Rocket Cube. That's my favorite one. But I think that this EX power level cube that I'm creating is going to be one of my other favorite cubes. But they're tough to make because you need resources, time, and testers. It's difficult to get all of that together to really test the cube often and fire it enough. But the Rocket Cube is it's just so fun and nostalgic, and the theme of it is so fun. Like, all of the Pokemon are Team Rocket's Pokemon. How cool is that? Yo, thanks, Brandon. I'm glad you had fun with them, man. Yeah. Sticks, the thing Sticks is that the Rocket Cube, you could get high-quality proxies for the expensive cards like Dark Tyranitar, but then all of the cards from Team Rocket... Nice, we top deck the Helix. All of the cards from Team Rocket... and we potioned this to make it survive another turn, so they have to side drive. Okay. All the cards from Team Rocket come in non-holo. So you could probably have a real fun experience like that. I used the I used some Magic proxy site once when I needed to order proxies. Yeah, I do. I do have a place that I recommend. Just forget the name of it. I think it was literally printingproxies.com. I think that's what the name of it was. Yeah, I think I can just keep that. And then we should just win. Yeah, printingproxies.com. That's where I ordered proxies from there. They were great. Great. Cool. Just sack that now. Start doing this. Hydro Bazooka. We're up a point, so I can afford to have a backup dude over here. I don't know that I'll need it, or that there's any reason. Yeah, they just concede, right? But Blastoise. Blastoise is winning a lot. Dare I say it? Blastoise is winning a lot more games than I expected it to right now. Like, really, really a lot. I wonder if I can type into my... I think it was just YouTube that was cooked earlier. I wasn't able to type into YouTube for some reason. All right, let's go to Tools, Image Generator, Enter Deck List. All right, Tools, Deck Builder. Let's see, can I just search for like pocket cards in the Deck Builder on Limitless TCG? Is that a thing? No, right? All right, how do you find the TCG pocket cards on Limitless? On the Limitless Deck Builder? Dude, not cool. Hand's broken though, so that's okay. Dang it, we actually missed a Squirtle there. I got punished. I was a little bit greedy. That was a 2/3 chance of opening the Squirtle out of that Pokeball, but we do get actually exactly what we want with the Squirtle and the Blastoise find. So I think that we just hold it. And then pocket.limitlesstcg.com. That's crazy. Okay. Cool. All right. Thanks, Brandon. All right. So if I go to the pocket.limitlesstcg.com, how do I start building a deck from that link you posted, Brandon? Like, I see all the cards up here, like, as part of the database, but... Okay. Kind of think I have to put this other Snorlax down. Okay. Should see a deck builder choice at the top. I think I'm... Oh, I see it. Okay, I see it. Sick. You have to go to like the card. You have to go to the cards. Yeah, like click on one of the things first and then it pops. Yo, this is hype. This is hype. Dang, okay. God. The Limitless guys, dude. They do it all, man. Alright, well now we've got the Squirtle. So that can like... I think that just goes down as well, yeah. I know I've been on the iPad too long today. When I start pointing at my computer screens to start using my finger as a mouse, I know I've been on the iPad for way too long today. There's a tournament filter in pocket. Yeah, that's sick. I think we've solved the perfect Blastoise deck. I don't have Sabrina in here, do I? Do I have Sabrinas? Did I forget to put Sabrinas in here? No, right? Come on. I had to have put Sabrina's in here, right? I don't think there is Sabrina in here, actually. Who needs them? Who needs them, man? What you need a Sabrina for? Just go boom. Dang, no Sabrina though. That's crazy. What is the O called? Oh, it's called research. That's right. Don't make me have to move the Snorlax. I will. That is not an empty threat. Thank you. Bazooka! Blastoise! He's crazy. That's my freaking goat right there. Turtle goat. That's my turtle goat. Alright, let me see. I did not include a Sabrina in here. No, I did not. Holy smokes. But is it perfect? Does it need a Sabrina? Chad, I don't know that the deck needs a Sabrina. Yeah, I don't think. God, I tried to point at my monitor again. My brain is fried. Why play the fossils? The fossils are Sabrina protection. The X speeds. The thing is that the X speed. The X speeds allow you to dig your Snorlax out. I think the X speeds are worth it because they can allow you to retreat your Snorlax into energy early. Like if you have to. No, the Snorlax is the best part about the deck. Fossil, yeah, at any point you can discard Fossil for free, yes. Also, the X speeds are really good for getting into your Snorlax. The fossils are incredible because they allow you to protect against Sabrina. And like basically, so imagine this. My ideal board state is a Snorlax in the active, Squirtle on the bench, and a Fossil on the bench. And that way, I'm building up the Squirtle and evolving into a Wartortle, but then if my opponent plays Sabrina, then I just send up the Fossil instead. The reason why the Fossil is better than just playing another Pokemon is because the Fossil helps protect against Sabrina while not being hit by Pokeball. And you don't want to hit the Fossil with Pokeball because that decreases the overall consistency of your deck. Because all you want to do is find your Snorlax and find your Squirtle, right? They just give you... And you can't start it, yes. So the fossils just increase the consistency of your deck. They help you protect against Sabrina. And at the end of the game, so like say you have a fossil down to protect against Sabrina, but then your opponent has taken 2 prizes and you have a board state with a Blastoise and a fossil, then you can just delete the fossil from your board you could delete the fossil from your board. The fossil does give up a point. It would be way too broken if it didn't. But you could just delete the fossil from your board, and then you just don't have that liability on your bench anymore. What other cards am I missing? Oh, the X speeds. That's right. And here's where we win. No, deleting yourself does not give up a point, no. No, you can just delete at any point for free. You just discard it. Come on, Misty. Broken card. So sick. And you lose. My monster Blastoise. Absolutely destroying right now. Charizard does 200 damage, but Blastoise one-hit KOs Charizard as well. Because Charizard has 180 hit points, but you hit for weakness. So you basically, you got like one-hit KO versus one-hit KO. Zard does discard energy, it's true. Alright, check this out. Oh, why are you frozen? There we go. Stinky OBS. All right, how do we download image? Oh, yeah. Look at that. Beaut right there. Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Limitless. We'll post this in the Tricky Gym Discord. I post all of my lists in the Tricky Gym Discord. I do plan on getting Plan on getting my gym leader challenge list in the Tricky Gym Discord as well. And I've got gym leader challenge coming up tomorrow with Ben Morse. Sick. All right, let's tweet it for the content. So much NFL content on my. Is Devontae Adams confirmed going to the Jets? Man, the Jets look terrible. Let's see, emoji. Where's the get emoji? Oh, yeah. Where's like a wave? You'll give me a good wave. No, I'm talking about like a water. Dang it, water. Ocean? Man, isn't yeah, this one. Yeah, water wave. All right, there we go. Yeah, give me that. Sick. Yes, and the Bills picked up Amari Cooper from the Browns. All right. That's cool. I just didn't want the Chiefs to get Amari Cooper. All right. So long as the Chiefs aren't getting anything, that's fine. The Chiefs. Stinking Chiefs. All right, that's going to do it for today's stream, folks. I'll be back tomorrow with some Gym Leader Challenge content featuring the one and only Benjamin Morse. So definitely make sure to tune in tomorrow. Should be live around 10 a.m. Eastern time, unless Ben texts me and tells me that that's not okay. So let's plan on 10 a.m. Eastern. Gym Leader Challenge Conquest. And then Thursday and Friday, we'll play more TCG Live. Next week, I'm going to be opening 6 booster boxes of Supercharged Breaker, the newest Pokemon TCG set from Japan. Wednesday, I'll be playing those cards in tabletop against Jesse. And on Thursday, I've got JD coming in for some Gym Leader Challenge as well. Should be a great time. Make sure to check out the stream sponsors, FullGripGames.com for all the best Pokemon trading card games, singles, and sealed product, as well as DragonShield.com for the best sleeves and accessories. I'm going to try and get my Supercharged Breaker or Surging Sparks set review done tonight. That is the goal. I'm also recording an episode of Tag Team with JW tonight, so that should be out tomorrow morning for the week. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.